Finance and Ops is our first committee this evening. Paulette Woods, who is the chair, would you proceed?
Into the Finance and Ops work session. We're going to have a presentation from our Chief Finance Officer, Jeffrey Hord. Dr. Cass, did you want to introduce him or say anything? If not, Jeff, you can go forward.
Jeffrey Pritchard.
Pritchard.
Okay.
Let me introduce, certainly all of you know our amazing CFO, Jeffrey Pritchard. He has 3 important topics to address with you this evening. He has put together slides as usual, a few short slides for each of the 3 main topics. And we're ready to really focus in on where he has some red line marks, where he makes special points of emphasis tonight as we are beginning to launch what promises to be quite a challenging fiscal year, 2021-2022. We're actually looking at it from a 2-year vantage point, not just a year at a time. And that's how we'll be preparing budget information for you, how we'll be planning these next 2 years, because we think we have to look at it that way rather than a year at a time, or we will continue to get into fiscal retrenchment difficulty. So if Mike has the slides ready to go, Mr. Pritchard is ready to go, and we'll proceed. What I'd like to do each section tonight, colleagues, is do our slides first, and then of course have a robust discussion afterwards. So these are about 7 or 8 slides for this presentation, and then we'll open it up for questions. Thank you. Mr. Pritchard.
Thank you, Dr. Cash, and good evening, board members. So this first page of the slide in front of you shows really the agenda for the finance update tonight. And there's 3 main sections of this update that I want to go over. First one is going to be Governor Cuomo's budget proposal and the related federal aid for 2021-22 fiscal year. This federal aid as well, this is the federal aid that has been allocated to school districts through the CARES Act 2.0 that was signed into law in December. This does not speak to anything that may be forthcoming relative to the school district at this point. The second section on here will be the impact essentially of Cuomo's budget proposal on the district's budget and 4-year plan projection. So we'll be talking primarily about 2-year windows of time, but I also do include in here a full 4 years, including the current year that we're in right now. And then the third section is our second quarterly report, which shows projections for the full year of 2020, 2021. So all of these things kind of interrelate to each other. There's a lot of material on these slides, and you know, it is in a presentation format, but from my perspective, you know, this is almost like a reference document. I'll be using this document for the next several weeks because a lot of the assumptions, especially on the revenue side, will be based on material we go over here. So what we have in here, if we don't get through or don't get over everything in a great amount of detail tonight, understand that the information in here will still be valid probably for quite some time, and we'll continue to update the board as things change. But typically, once the governor once his budget proposals kicked off, that really guides us for the next several weeks. So I'll start on the next slide, Mike. If you can move to the next slide, please. So the proposed budget from Governor Cuomo, I have some highlights on here for you. Again, it was released January 19th. What the state budget has is they're showing a $15 billion deficit and a $39 billion deficit over 4 years. So the state, similar to us, especially now, likes to look out a few years because there's what happens now those assumptions go into the next several years, and they kind of guide what goes on with there. That $15 billion deficit is pretty large. It's about 10% of their general fund budget, I believe, and not quite 3 times. I think last year they were talking about a $6 billion deficit. So the COVID-19 crisis has really done a number on state finances. Cuomo stressed the need for federal assistance. That was stated more than anything in his budget proposal. New York State needs federal assistance, and the most recent adopted that CARES Act 2.0 that was approved, or that was signed into law in December, does not include any aid for, or any significant aid for states and local governments. And that is something that is extremely important for New York State, perhaps more than any other state, is federal assistance in their budget. The proposal includes that Cuomo's proposed budget includes an assumption of $6 billion in federal assistance to New York State. And he called that his worst case scenario. And that $6 billion is over 2 years. So it's $3 billion in 21, 22. And another $3 billion after that. And again, we need to stress that what he considers his worst case proposal includes federal assistance that has not been signed into law yet. So there is no, at this point, there is no federal aid for New York State. That may be coming in Biden's proposal, but right now that does not exist. So he does have in his budget funding from the federal government that at this point has not been approved and is uncertain. Now, even with that, there's tax increases, spending decreases, and borrowing. There are cuts to education spending that are offset by federal aid, and we'll get into that in subsequent slides. And it's important to note also that there's additional cuts if federal assistance is not received by August 31st. So this is similar to the current year. If we do not, if the state does not receive federal aid, in at least the amounts that are in the budget, whatever we see in our aid run, whatever we believe we are getting in state aid will likely be reduced if it's not completed by August 31st. Hopefully we'll know by then, but that's just another thing we have to consider. The governor requests $15 billion in federal assistance, and that's what he calls the fair funding. That would allow the state to really restore cuts, make investments, stimulate the economy. That's what would be the ideal amount of federal aid for the state to receive. But again, there's none of this is set in stone, and that is not included in Cuomo's proposed budget. Only $6 billion. And then there's many details that still need to be reviewed, and that will be forthcoming in the coming weeks as folks go through and review the various proposals that are in this budget proposal. Next slide, please. So this first bullet actually relates to the current year that we're in. During the budget presentation of the governor, he had announced that the 20% withholding, and we've been talking about this for at least half a year now, where the potential for a 20% withholding in our 2021 aid might be implemented, and that would be an amount that could be $157 million is not going to be implemented. And in the presentation, the amount was discussed that maybe 5% might be needed to be withheld. However, subsequently, we've received communication from several sources that the state is indicating that school districts will be made whole for any previous withholdings, and then also going forward. So apparently this is 0% withholding. We had reserved for, in last year's audit, $8.8 million in state aid receivables that we believed could be held up. So those amounts may be coming back to the district in this fiscal year. And if you recall from the prior presentation that I gave in January, I was looking at minimally 12 to 16 million projected as amounts that might be withheld in actually this is I have the wrong year on here. I say 21-22. That really should say 2021. So these amounts, from what we understand, will not be withheld. Not just for us, this is for all school districts. So this is some welcome news, and it impacts our projection for the current year. So next main bullet in here, and this is where we start getting into some of the aid numbers that we're looking at. State aid in the aid run is increasing by about 19.5 million in the general fund. And so in our budget, it goes from about 738 million to 757.5 million. So about 19.5 million. That's what is presented in the aid run that was released. Now there's some offsets to this, and these are not necessarily fully fleshed out. So one of the things included in the state budget is what's called, or the proposal is called a local district funding adjustment. And based on a proportional weighting for the school district, it could be $38 million cut, but it's currently presented as a reduction in STAR aid of 6 million. So right now, none of these things are in the aid run showing as a true cut to the school district. However, between 6 and 38 million could be what that amount of the cut is. A reduction in STAR aid actually is a cut to the city of Buffalo. That's the way that STAR aid works. So I'm not 100% sure that's a workable solution or plan. So I don't know exactly what's happening with this, but there will be some sort of cut related to that. And then I also noted in here below potential offset that there could be mid-year cuts if federal aid to state is not received, or if it's received in lesser amounts than is needed. So, just note on here that if let's say hypothetically this money doesn't come in and the state has to cut $20 million out of our state aid, that's the equivalent of about 200 staff positions. These are potentially big numbers that we might be dealing with. We also have, and this is good, and this is our federal assistance. So the federal aid that was adopted in December includes 88.8 million in that CARES Act 2.0, and it's a 2-year, it's funding that is over 2 years. And just a quick look at it, since we already have federal funding in the current fiscal year, if you take that 88 million over 2 years, it's about $44.4 million in federal aid for 2 years. And that would be an increase of 14.7 in the general fund in 21-22. So this year that we're budgeting for, and then 44.4 million in the next year. So I'll show you how that looks in our projections in a little bit. But this is significant federal aid, and that's been signed into law. It is included on the state aid runs, and that's that's certainly welcome news. I know the Council of Great City Schools is still lobbying for additional aid to states, especially aid that may be geared even further out than just the next year or so, because given the impact of COVID on state finances, we may be looking at flat state aid for some time. Next slide, please. So this slide, and there's a lot on here, but this slide shows some of the big aid numbers, and included in the proposed state budget. And then I've also included in here in green the district's legislative requests. So that was presented to a joint session of the Assembly and Senate on January 28th, similar to prior years. Now, normally it's presented in person by Dr. Cash in Albany. This was all virtual. But we have incorporated, based on our analysis of the proposed budget and our budget, what the items that we would need to fully fund or reasonably fund the district at this time. So foundation aid, biggest aid piece of part of state aid, is flat at $544.2 million. Now our request is to fund it at $50 million. $50 million for next year really closes the gap that we have. $50 million is not even half of what would be owed to the district if foundation aid was fully funded. So as you're aware, for the last 10 years, foundation aid has not been paying school districts based on the formula. It's been essentially, it was frozen, and then they're incrementally providing increases that aren't necessarily based on formula. But 50 million was what was in our legislative request. And if not 50 million, there are several other requests of funding in legislation that may provide, that may offset a lesser amount. So that's foundation aid. The next item, and this is welcome news, the pandemic adjustment. The pandemic adjustment was the term that the state used for the reduction in state aid that happened in the 2021 budget. So they cut our aid 29.7 million and then utilized federal aid to backfill it. My concern was that this pandemic adjustment would continue into the future. Based on the aid run, it is restored in the next year's budget. This is good. But what we have now is we need clarity on what that local district funding adjustment, and again, I put it in quotes because these things typically have sort of a name. They change around a little bit each year, but local district funding adjustment, somewhere between 6 million and 38 million is what that adjustment could be for the school district. So that might really be just replacing the pandemic adjustment with a new version. There's also the potential for mid-year cuts if federal assistance does not materialize by August 31st. So I mentioned that again because these are things that after we adopt our budget that could ultimately reduce our state aid. Next one, and this is a proposal that happens typically every year, combining several aid types that are reimbursement based, transportation, CTE related, textbook, software, hardware. What the plan is to combine those into what's called a block grant. But if that happens, that's a 20 million or 30% reduction in those aid types. Now I have in parentheses here, it's based on the way that the state aid works out this year, it's actually less than that because the state is using a depressed year for those aid types to calculate what this amount would be. But this is a significant, $20 million reduction on a go-forward basis if these types of aids are combined. We have asked that be rejected. Or if not, then we would need some sort of corresponding increase in foundation aid. So that's that one. Bullet aid, the health services grant. So we have a $5.3 million health services grant that gets supplemented by 1.2 million every year. That bullet aid is not included in the governor's proposal. We ask and have asked for the last couple of years for about 2.6 million because that's really the cost of the program. We need another 2.6 million to fully fund it. So that's the legislative request there. Charter school tuition reduction, there is a calculation, and I've not done the full calculations at this time for how tuition would be reduced, but we are requesting that the 5.5% reduction in the formula that was implemented last year be adopted again this year. Given the aid reduction, all the additional costs the district has, we really need that just to hold steady with charter school tuition costs. This next one that's in pink, the proposal includes a 50% reduction in the charter school supplemental tuition reimbursement. So that's a 4.8 million cut right there. We request that be paid in full. And we also, for the last several years, and will continue to request that that be paid in the year the tuition is paid. So it's a $4.8 million reduction. If our legislative request is honored, it would be about it would end up being a $10 million increase. So it's a pretty big swing right there. And in the legislative request, there is also an ask for a moratorium on new charter schools and receiver when charter schools close. So this would ensure that those public dollars can get returned to the public school when charter schools close. Next slide, please. So this slide is, now we're starting to get into the district's budget. And what I'm showing here is a long-term trend of revenues and expenditures. So let's first look at the green. Those green bars are the total revenues in the district. And then you'll also notice on some of those bars, 9, 10, 10, 11, and then in the final 3 years on the right, you'll actually see there's a blue little cap to those, and that's the federal aid. So if you recall the aid that we got in the general fund back in the last financial crisis, it was 19, almost 20 million, and then 10 million. Now we're looking at 29.6 million, 44.4, and 44.4. Those are some significant amounts of federal aid. But all they're doing is offsetting and trying to maintain our revenue for reductions in state aid. Now, the red line that you'll see is those are our expenditures. And again, I've got actual data all the way back to 2008, 2009. That was really the first year that I was here, going all the way through projections for next year and the year after. So again, the 2 years, we're looking at a lot of our budget stuff right now. We're looking minimally at 2 years out because we got to make sure that we can absorb revenue reductions over that period of time. And you'll see some interesting things in here when you start plotting these out. Early in this chart, we were running surpluses for about 3 years. Then there were about 4 years of running deficits. And then 4 years after that, there was a lot of alternating back and forth between deficit and surplus. Now, 2018-19 and 19-20, those years we ran pretty substantial surpluses. 19-20 was really because we were closed. You're looking at $50 million reduction from budgeted expenditures to actual. More than half of that, I believe, is transportation. And then you had there were several costs that we were able to control better when schools were not in session. So we were able to save funds to use in the future. In 2018-19, there was some retro amounts. Now, what we're running into right now, and I'll show this in a little more depth later, in the 2021 year, we're looking at similar cost reductions from our budget. And a lot of these have to do with the fact that schools were physically closed for the first portion of the year. So transportation, a lot of costs that would be incurred when students are there were not incurred. And we're looking at, with federal aid, close to break even. Small surplus, small deficit. That's based on where we are right now. But what we're running into is that next year we plan to be and hopefully the virus notwithstanding, we will be back. All students will be back fully in school. We'll be transporting all the students that normally get transportation. All the costs that are associated with that will be in there, and we're projecting right now, roughly a $50 million deficit. And those are really recurring deficits that we're looking at. We are going into a period, with or without federal aid, where we're going to be in a period of several years where we will be running deficits. And there's probably nothing that's going to stop that outside of significant federal aid. But again, federal aid is short duration, so that may allow maintenance of certain costs for a period of time. But eventually federal aid goes away, and the bigger the federal aid is, the bigger the drop when it goes away is. And there's no guarantee that the state will be making increases that will be increasing state aid when the federal aid dries up. But you will see again in 21, 22, and 22, 23, there's substantial 44.4 million in federal aid in both of those years, which helps absorb some of the deficits that we're looking at based on our maintenance of effort. So this is moving the budget forward a year and looking at trends in charter school expenditures, step increases, pension increases, things like that. So that's this chart. Again, there is a lot of information on here, but it does show, it shows, I think, pretty well the long-term trends that we're dealing with and that what we will be dealing with over the next couple of years. Next slide, please. Thank you. This is another slide with a lot of data on it, and what I'm going to try and go over here is really just showing you the 21-22 column. So what I have in here is the yellow section kind of shows what our current budget and four-year plan projections are. Then below it, I've got updates through the second quarter of this year, which are only impacting the current year. Then you'll see a red section where we're talking a little bit about some of these cuts that are potentially going to exist. And then in the blue, I'm showing federal aid and other things that the district might do to reduce our deficit and or ensure that we can balance things out. So what I want to do initially is take you to, and you'll see there's 4 years of data there. And I'd like to go to the 21-22 column. And we'll start out at the top. So if you go to 21-22, we'll look at state revenues, and I have that highlighted in orange, $757 million. Other revenues, $135 million. So I've got total revenues of $892 million. That's what, based on the state aid run, that's what is that's what's in our budget right now. I've got, and then below that as minuses, I'm showing expenditures. So that $955 million, that's our existing budget for this current year that we are in right now. And below it, I have other negative numbers that are impacting that. So we're looking at likely that we may need to have some PPE or other related things for COVID, about $5 million. Charter school tuition increases, I'm looking at about $8 million. Salary and benefits, about $7 million. And that's not additional staff, that's existing staff with steps and increases in benefits related to it. And that's pension rates. Pension rates are going up next year. If we could go back to the other slide, Mike. Transportation, about $8 million. Debt service, I have declining 3. So I'm looking at about a $980 million expenditure base based on our existing budget, maintenance of effort for next year. Right below that, you'll see 88. So that's 88 million. That's our deficit, excluding any type of federal aid. And to the left of it, you'll also see an $80 million deficit in the current year. So that's looking at on a budgetary basis of revenues and expenditures. So it's not a significant change year over year there. And I'm going to get in a minute to what other things will impact it. So follow that 88 million down a little bit further. And in this red section, you'll see a $6 million negative amount. This is that local district funding adjustment. Right now, I'm including it in at about 6 million. That number could change significantly. And that would bring that $88 million deficit up to about 94. Now below that, you will see highlighted in orange, federal disaster aid. So that is $44.4 million. That brings our deficit to around $50 million. So that's the deficit on a roll forward basis, taking the current year budget, rolling it to next year, assuming that we're, with the assumption that I have above. I've just as a starter to show how it looks in the next couple of years, I've assumed relatively flat state aid, a slight decrease in other revenues. And when you carry that down, 50 million, about a $53 million deficit in 22-23. And then 23-24, at this point, there is no more federal aid. And the district will be looking at close to a $100 million deficit based on flat state aid. And what I included in here, and this is just for demonstration purposes, not for anything that is proposed at this time, because it's a couple years out, but there is a deficiency note. That is something that the district may have to look at in the future. A deficiency note is what governmental entities in New York are able to do if they have a significant gap between revenues and expenditures. A deficiency note of up to 5% of their budget could be included in their budget. So I have that highlighted in red, and a deficiency note would be what would be needed just to bring that deficit to about 50 million. So this is really what we're looking at as a baseline. And again, on the previous slide, in slides where we talked about the legislative request, a $50 million foundation aid increase, which would not even bring us back to what the formula says, just it would do a portion of it, would close for the next 2 years these deficits. But we're looking at some significant deficits for the next couple of years. And I do not have anything included in here at this point, and this is something that the superintendent and I have to look at, is district reductions. What is it going to take this year? What do we need to do this year and next year to ensure that we don't have a structural gap? Thinking back to the previous slide where you start to see that gap where if revenues hold steady and don't grow for a couple of years, and expenditures, which ratchet up 1, 2, 3% a year, continue to grow, you can start to see some significant increases in these deficits. And at the bottom of this slide, I'm showing the fund balance numbers. So we have a substantial and strong fund balance that has, through our efforts over the last several years of the good times, building up fund balance. And though that fund balance though could get down rather quickly into the danger zone if we do not lobby for and get additional state aid. Hopefully there will be additional federal aid that we can look for. But some of that, there's going to have to be a combination with making reductions in some of the costs that we have right now. We also know that there may be additional costs in the future to bring our students back to grade level, learning loss and things like that. So this little chart is, again, it's an update of our 4-year financial plan, given the numbers that we have, given the numbers that we have right now. Now I'm going to take a step back quickly to that 2020-2021 column. That's the first column of numbers that you see in here with a green header on top. And at the very bottom there, we're looking right now at essentially a break-even, no deficit year. And in large part, that's due, as I mentioned before, transportation savings, salary and benefits, other costs, some revenue increases that are related to some of the things that are going on with the state. Plus, we also have this 30 million in disaster aid. So that's kind of a recap of what our numbers look like. We'll be starting the budget process shortly. Mike, could you go to the next slide, please? And that will help inform how this, how these numbers change over the coming several weeks. So in the budget process, the last little slide here for section 2, as we're talking about this, this slide is it's the same slide that we had presented last month. So we like to always kind of recap where things are. And in pink, towards the top, those are some of the things that we were talking about in the last slide. So the federal aid, I predicted somewhere between 80 and 100 million. It came in at 88.8. Will there be certainty regarding state aid cuts and proposed 2021 cuts? Well, there's still many unknowns, but there is good news in terms of 2020, where it looks like we are not at this point going to be taking state aid cuts. Second quarterly financial report, that'll be the next slide, but we're looking at a slight surplus at this point, primarily given some of the additional revenue amounts that we've had and the cost savings, mostly in transportation, by having the schools shut down for in-person for the first part of the year. Going down to the next group of months, so we're in February now, the superintendent will be issuing a memo shortly kicking off the budget process. So that will kind of encapsulate some of the things I have in this presentation and provide guidance to our departments in terms of how we should be doing our budgeting this year, things we need to look at, making sure we maintain equity, things like that. So that will be coming out in the next week or so. I also have noted on here the legislative and foundation aid request presented to state legislature. That was completed on January 28th. Essentially this month in March are really when we get down into a lot of the budgeting. April 1st is when the state aid is finalized. We'll know more then about how our revenues are looking. And then I have highlighted in green just the sort of the next key regulatory date that I guess we call it is we have to have a draft budget to the board and a balanced 4-year financial plan to the board for approval and submission to the control board. So end of April, about a month after we get final state aid numbers, is when we have to have our 4-year financial plan submitted to the control board. So essentially we have to have our, if not in detail, we have to have our overall budget pretty well lined up at that point in terms of deficit numbers and revenues and expenditures. So that is, those are the key dates. Just a quick update of those from the last time. And final slide here. Mike, if you could just move us to the next slide, please. Thank you. So last, there we go. Third section in the presentation tonight is our quarterly financial report. So on the next, at the next board meeting, you will have the full document. We are required to prepare the quarterly report for the control board. And what this report does is it shows our expenditures and revenues to date throughout the through the year, along with, based on the best assumptions we have at that time, projections for the full year. So we're looking at a $0.4 million surplus, a budgetary on a budget basis for the full year. So roughly break even. It is subject to change in the third and fourth quarter. Now that schools are back in session, some of the expenditure projections that we have, we may need to tweak those. There may be additional costs that are incurred that we need for PPE or other supplemental costs. So things may change, but that's our projection at this point. The expenditures, I'll just go over those briefly, what we've got in there. Salaries. There's about a $12 million projected for the full year savings to the budget. That's both, there's vacancies, and there's also a salary differential in there where the average salary, budgeted salary versus actual salary, there's a difference there based on attrition and things like that. Transportation, $24 million savings. And that's based on the hybrid restart in February. We'll be looking at those in the coming months. Charter school tuition is looking like it's about $2 million under budget, and that's primarily related to about 145 less students at charter schools than we had budgeted for. Benefits about $8 million, and that's really a trend in health insurance. Starting about a year ago when COVID hit, costs for healthcare, even though it's a little counterintuitive, have been trending much lower, primarily because a lot of elective procedures and things like that have been delayed. We saw substantial savings at the end of last year, and we're really still seeing them now. There's been, aside from certain costs related to COVID, there's been overall favorable trends in other costs, and that's continuing. Plus also salary dependent benefits like Social Security, pension, those are trending a little lower. Transfers. There's a $5 million savings that I am showing in our transfers. So transfers are costs of other funds that are borne by the general fund. So sometimes the general fund has to subsidize another fund for a loss. Last year in June, we projected that about $5 million in grant revenues from the state would not be paid by the state. Based on current information, it appears the state will pay those dollars that we had predicted would be withheld. And so where I transferred $5 million into the grant fund last year, I believe I'll be able to reverse that. There's $5 million in new, a cost reduction that we're looking at based on that conservatism that we put into the prior year, to make sure that we covered the potential loss of the state aid. Also, $3 million in costs that were in the general fund were moved to that Erie County CARES grant. So Erie County got a large allocation of CARES Act funding, and they then shared it with other school districts and other entities, other governmental entities in the county. And for us, we received $4.4 million late last year that we were able to use to offset costs that we had incurred related to COVID. So what are some of these things? PPE, instructional materials, instructional software, hardware, central office nursing costs. Those are all costs that we incurred in the general fund, and we're able to cover by that Erie County CARES grant. That was certainly welcome funding, and that definitely helped us. There's also equipment. So along with PPE, there was janitorial equipment and supplies. So about $3 million in costs were removed from the general fund related to that. Other costs, the other 1.4, were already outside of the general fund. Certain things were charged directly to that grant. So that's sort of a recap of how the expenditures are looking. Revenues, county sales tax revenue is actually trending about $4 million over budget right now. And that number could grow. I'm cautious because things can change. We were looking at potentially devastating reductions in sales tax in March and April, and now our sales tax revenue is well over budget. And if that continues, that will certainly be welcome. I also have in the revenue assumptions here, the district has fully withheld from the charter schools that we had overpaid for the special education costs over the last 10 years. Those amounts were fully withheld at the end of the 1920 year and through September of this year, so $6 million. We had included that as a revenue in our budget. At this point in the year, this has still not been fully settled by the education department or in the courts. To be conservative, I've moved it out of our revenue back into the liability, just to make sure that we're covered, because at this point, I just don't know when that will be resolved. So that's just another adjustment that we have in there. And then one final item in here, and you'll see this, the second quarter, again, that report will be part of the that'll be submitted to you in the next board meeting, along with a budget amendment. So the $29 million in CARES Act funding that we received from the federal government, it is a grant, and we had through review of all the regulations and everything, moved that into our grants fund. Based on discussions with the education department and so forth, we understand now that those dollars need to be considered general fund dollars. None of this impacts our surplus deficit. It just has to do with the fund that those dollars are in. But there will be a budget amendment in the next board meeting to shift those back to the general fund. So it just, again, it's the CARES Act grant revenues. It's still considered a grant. All grant rules and regulations still apply, but we can't show it in the grants fund. We have to show it in the general fund, and this will do that. So, and that's included in all of our projections as well. So that is, and I know that's a lot of information, but that is the information that I wanted to share with you, and now we can open it up for questions.
Thank you, Jeff. Excellent. Chairman Woods, we turn it back to you.
Well, as he said, that is a lot of information. It's 2021 looked, that's very, very good. I mean, that you're going to balance everything out. That looked very good. I don't know about with the federal aid. Well, the state not cutting the 20%. That, I mean, you've given us a lot of good news in this budget. I'm curious as to if Mr. Biden passes additional aid in Title I, Title II, and gives us more than you're showing here. Is that going to possibly be even better news for the next year? You're saying 44. We've got 44.4 million each year for the next 2 years, but I don't think you're saying that's not speaking about what President Biden's going to give us, right?
That is correct, and and I in my presentation, I guess I didn't come right out and say it, but the numbers that were in this, and there's still a lot of challenges for the district, but these numbers, through the governor's proposed budget and some of his actions recently, they're good. This is much better than that devastating projection that we were looking at. It was a real serious threat, and perhaps still is, but it's definitely looking a bit better from what we've seen. And you are correct. The proposals that President Biden have do include additional aid. I don't have all the details, but it does include additional aid for school districts, and also expansion in spending relative to some of the typical federal programs, IDEA, Title I, and so forth. So those numbers are not included in here. We certainly hope that in the coming year and years that we will be able to include additional federal aid, because quite frankly, we're going to need it. In order to balance things out, we're going to need more than we have right now. And that is a good sign that the president is including proposals that also add additional K-12 ed funding, along with state and local, because state and local is important, because we need to make sure that New York State does not have to make corresponding cuts. Aid's no good if it comes to us and we get a cut on the back end from the state.
Okay, I'm not looking at your 4-year presentation, but it seemed like you indicated you were looking at 50 million deficits in the next 4 years.
50, 52.
But if the federal aid from President Biden comes in, would that possibly offset that?
Right. We're looking at, for the next 2 years, based on the federal aid that we know of right now, and based on the state aid that is presented by the governor's proposal, $50 million deficits in 21-22 and 22-23. So the next 2 years would have $50 million deficits based on our initial projections. These numbers will change. Beyond that, we're looking at close to 100 if there is not a corresponding 40, because losing that federal aid for 2 years, 44 million, if that disappears and is not backfilled with additional federal aid or with state aid, that widens these gaps. 50 million is with this federal aid. if Biden's proposal or multiple proposals do include additional federal aid, yes, though that aid will hopefully, and some of these things may be looking out 2 years. If something's adopted this year, it may take us out for 2 more years thereafter. So that, again, that is certainly funding that we may need.
So bottom line is it's a moving target. The president is going to make a presentation this year, and if he could possibly wipe out the 50 million for that's deficit that's currently showing, because we don't have anything from him in there yet.
That's right. We don't know what
That's
it
an
may
optimistic projection.
Right.
Possibility.
It's theoretically possible. We just don't know at this point.
Okay. Well, I appreciate the worst case and the possible best case. Does anyone else have some questions on the presentation? I want to open it up to my fellow board members.
I have a couple of questions I need some clarity on, Jeff. Jeff, so did you say that we will be reimbursed for the charter school money that we expended? The money that in your last presentation, you said we may not be reimbursed for?
So there is a proposal from the governor to cut in half the charter school supplemental tuition reimbursement. And so that's about a $9.6 million revenue that we would have predicted or projected for the 21-22 year. Those dollars in the governor's proposal are cut in half. That's just one of the reductions that were proposed to help the state balance their budget, reducing that by half.
Okay, but I thought that you said that we were not going to be reimbursed for the money that we put out last year to the charter schools. Did I misinterpret that in your last presentation?
No, so the one, well, I mentioned what's happening in the governor's proposal. The other piece that I mentioned is that when the board authorized and we had withheld $6 million from the charter schools for prior overpayments, that amount has now been fully recovered, but we still do not have a final resolution from the state education department on whether we'll be able to keep that funding. So we have the cash. We've not recognized it as revenue at this point because we don't have, we haven't had that final resolution through what I believe will be the education department.
Okay, because I thought, and I thought I was clear on this point, or that you made this point, that you said that we reimbursed charter schools. Last year, we paid the money for the charter schools, and we were expecting to be reimbursed by the state for what we paid out last year. Did we get that reimbursement?
No. So what the reimbursement related to charter schools, the supplemental reimbursement is $1,000 per pupil, is included in what's called supplemental tuition reimbursement. That amount, that $1,000 in this year that we're in now, 2021, is still anticipated to be received based on the information that we have from the state right now. Next year, the state or the governor is proposing to cut that in half, which would be about a $4.8 million loss. And that's what's called the supplemental.
Okay, that's what you were
tuition reimbursement. Okay. Yeah,
I got you now.
There's also another component that we have that is similar, but that's part of the consolidation. So there's also what's called transitional aid. The governor is proposing to consolidate several reimbursement types into a services aid, and that would include the transitional aid, but it would never grow from there at that point. So that's again one of the proposals that we're asking that those, because they're expense reimbursement based, we're asking that they continue to maintain those reimbursements, because that reimbursement growth exceeds the amount of growth that we see in other aid types. So why would we want to lose reimbursements that are growing faster than foundation aid?
Okay, all right. So my next question deals with the letter that the fiscal board has out there in regards to us. It seems to be a very heavy-handed letter at this point. Have we ever had a conversation with the fiscal board about our dealings with the city as far as the interest that the city is withholding from us? Has that ever come up in any of your conversations with them? Because potentially that's additional income as well, or revenue, not income, revenue. Have we ever had a conversation with them?
I have conversed with the control board and shared with them what our board, what you all have brought up. I've brought that information to them and asked, if they could opine on it. Communications to me were really, one, they're monitoring it, they're looking at it. But that at this point they didn't have they didn't have an answer, or they didn't have a directive or direction for us based on their authority as the control board.
Well, the only reason I ask that is that there's supposed to be not necessarily a I don't know the proper term, but fully enforced, or have the ability to fully enforce their ability or whatever. But however, they approached in that letter a very heavy-handed approach to us, and I'm curious to know if they approached us, the Buffalo Board of Education, or the BPS district. What was the letter like to the city is what my question is. My final question, and I'll ask them, so I intend on being at that meeting. My final question deals with the equity issue associated with every year your funds that are not used for education, the education of our children. Every year it's 10 million. I think we've gone as high as 16 million since I've been, or maybe 17 million since I've been on the board. Do you analyze the impact or where that money comes from? Is there any analysis done on which, what areas, what schools, what group of children are impacted from the vacancies that are not, and the staff, lack of staff in buildings and things like that? Does anyone or in your department look at the impact on children in regards to that money coming back every year? Because the reason I'm saying that is that if we are doing a budget, a school-based budget, and certain schools are not getting their staff filled, then I don't know if it's fair to expect those children to continue not to get the resources. So every year, if we're putting back 10 million, 20 million, Dr. Cash, you wasn't here when it was 16 million, but we had as high as that, maybe, or whatever. And I just want to know, how are you justifying or rationalizing in this environment with children with great needs, putting money back into the general fund without analyzing the impact on children?
I mean, in my analysis that I do for overall projections, I do look at it at a high level. At the lower level, our assumption is that every effort, and I know every effort is made to identify, if there's vacancies, to identify staff that can fill those vacancies, and so forth. So we're, I don't have specific data that I look at when I'm doing my projections on a school by school basis.
Right.
But my assumption is that every dollar that is in those budget is meant for those schools and is not meant for anyone else. At the end of the year, and there are thousands and thousands of lines in our budget. Everything's accumulated, and ultimately, if we end up with a surplus, those dollars then can assist us in allowing a bigger budget in the next year overall. But I don't have sort of a school by school analysis of the fill rates and things like that.
Okay. Oh, and human resource does not do it either, right? That you're aware of.
I can't speak for HR.
Okay. So, Dr. Cash, what I'm asking is, when that money comes back to us, okay, we're talking about, we're trying to provide resources for our children and make sure that everyone gets an equal opportunity or fair, equitable chance at education. And if we are not analyzing the patterns of where this money is coming from, how do we know that there's not some disparity attached to that? So in other words, how do I know that a school that no one wants to teach at, I'm just hypothetically saying this, is has not been harmed over a period of time? So I'm just asking that we start monitoring in some way or another the impact of that money on children, because what you're doing with trying to provide extra resources into the children, trying to lift the children up that need additional supports, if on the other side there's a drain where these children, even though you've put in the budget the supports that they need, are not receiving it. Do you understand what I'm saying here? That's all I'm trying to make a point of tonight.
Well, we talked about it just today, and what we're going to try to do, because I think what you're talking about is, you know, every year we approve a budget, and then I approve, in many cases, additional requests for schools that we're trying to get out of receivership, or for schools that are typically in the lowest performing bracket. We want to get them up in their performance. So they may have additional requests. Now, we go and post those positions throughout the year. Sometimes they're fortunate, they get a great person for the position. Sometimes they don't. Sometimes that position stays vacant all year long. And I think you're talking about those positions where now that money comes back into the general fund, but yet they didn't get what they needed that year. So how do we reconcile that, you see, year over year? So I'm having us look at that. I do think we have looked at it more than just not at all, but we do have this transparency statewide piece that's one tool or mechanism for looking at that. But I intend to look at that very, very closely, especially in a year like these next two, where we may have this drop off in support from the state, or we don't get the federal relief. Now you're going to look at all these cuts, and we certainly don't want the schools that need the resources the most to be even deeper affected by cuts that may have to be made. So this is the time to take a really, really close multiple overlay at that issue. And you can be assured that I'm going to be looking at that just as you described it.
Dr. Cash, the board has asked for quarterly or semi-annual vacancy reports by school in the past. That has been a request so that we can monitor for each of our individual schools where the shortfalls are.
I believe we've provided that. I've always looked at that. I've seen them. So, Jamie, you'll have to answer that, but I believe you provided that from time to time, have we not?
Not that I'm aware of, because the request was made.
Jamie, have we?
Yes, sir. So we put all resources behind highly recruiting. And when Jeff said to you all that he can't speak for HR, it's because when he looks at our staffing levels, he sees that there's a higher staffing than we've ever had, because we're continuously recruiting and we're continuously using our pipelines and our over the years partnerships that we've developed to staff our areas. We have even implemented the ability for our experienced master teachers to pick up extra periods. This is really a strategy that we use when we have these high need areas such as foreign language or science or math. We offer our high need areas the opportunity to teach an additional period to make sure that our kids have a certified, highly qualified staff member in front of them. And this is a savings for the district in that we're not paying someone health insurance or an extra salary. We utilize our current staff to staff our shortage areas. And that's how we can say that we have highly qualified, certified staff in front of our kids. So nurturing and promoting our pipelines, working with our local universities to protect our pipelines, of diversity and of our shortage areas, such as TFA, such as UB, such as Buff State, but also affording the opportunity for our current teachers to pick up an extra period to make sure in front of our teachers.
Jamie, you do an excellent job with that, and that's a kudo. But what the board is asking for, and I thought we did do this periodically, I want you to do it now, do it quarterly. And because you show them to me where every school, we can see what the vacancies are across the district, as well as school by school.
Yeah.
From what they budgeted to what is
That's it.
to what
That's
is
right.
and that's what they're asking for.
That's the real.
I can do that. Yes, sir. I can absolutely do that.
Yeah,
Okay.
do it as a matter of course, just like we do that special ed report every month. Do it as a matter of course, as part of the board documents for board meetings, okay?
Yes, sir, will do.
And so I want to be clear. I want Jamie to understand one other thing, okay? Because I appreciate the extra things that you're doing and you're trying to assist or whatever and to supplement or whatever. But what I'm talking about is something as simple as what is fair to the children in that building. And if the teacher or the principal, earmarked X amount of dollars for X amount of teachers, okay, and those teachers, and you're able to come up with another remedy, that money still should be made available to that principal so that principal can use it in other ways. It's not fair for the principal to be budgeting on an annual basis and not receiving what they're asking for. That's what I'm looking for, because I think that what we're doing here, we're doing great work, but I think in our own little way, there's a drain, there's a stopper that's leaking, and I believe that's it. That those resources are not just making it into the areas that we need it. And that's one of the reasons why we're having some of the challenges that we have with our children. And I believe it's in that gap right there as I think more about it. But thank you so much. I appreciate you answering my question.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Now, colleagues, before we go from President Cotman's questions, because I wanted to let her get through the questions, but her first question, Jeff and board, we really got to be crystal clear on how pernicious this particular issue is, because I don't think it's registered as we need it to register in you. For 3 years, maybe 4 years now, we have asked the Assembly and the Senate to proffer a bill that would allow us to get the reimbursement for the charter school tuition payment in the fiscal year that pay it, because it's worth about $9 million. And in these times, that's a lot of money. And just what you're talking about, schools getting what they need and all of the tremendous equity strides we're trying to make. For the governor, of all the places to cut that reimbursement, because we serve as a bank, we pay up front the charter school tuition payments for the children that they claim they have in a given year. So we pay it up front, and then it reconciles a little bit at the end of the year, but then we wait on the state to return the loan payment. And what the governor is proposing is cutting that in half. So that means that the charters will get the money for their children, while all the other children of the Buffalo Public Schools, that money didn't come back to them. This is an important issue for you to lobby on lobby days and on any other way, because it's kind of going by just like that. So the charters are getting their revenues. They're getting their revenues for their children, and I'm happy for that. I'm glad for that. But it's at the expense of the other 30,000 children who aren't getting their full revenues for those children. So when Ms. Common talks about equity and making sure some schools make sure they get what they're asking for, this is a bigger overlay, but it's the same issue, but it's a larger overlay to that. And we can't let that go, because both the House and the Senate proffered the bill. They agreed with it, and the governor vetoed it. And now it's cutting it. So it seems to be a bias toward charter schools is what I'm telling you, colleagues. That's what it seems to me. And you need to follow that dancing pony and see where it goes and keep the fight up. I told you there were three big things. You've got your revenues and your budget issues. That's why we went with Jeff first. Then you've got your charter school challenges and fights. That's number two. That's huge. And then you've got all these issues associated with the pandemic and reopening and making sure that we don't fall off too far for the services for our children in the areas of academics, instruction, and so forth. Those are your three big ones. And that one about cutting in half, I just wanted to know, make sure you understand what Ms. Copman was asking there. I didn't mean to go on, but I want you to grab that because we're going to have to keep fighting that.
Thank you, Dr. Cash. And
Yeah.
Lobby Day is February the 23rd and 24th this year.
Yeah.
Mhm.
All right, I apologize. Back to you, Ms. Woods.
We have Mr. Hurd's hand raised. Mr. Hurd?
Yes,
Okay.
I just have one question, Mr. Jaffrey. 2021 seems to be a good year projected as far as financially, and it looks like the following years is going to be in red. Have we calculated our transportation now that we're going back to school, and also programs and maybe like after school programs into the calculations as projected, or finances, just to make sure that we'll be in the green for this year?
Yeah, thanks for that question. The transportation costs that are in my projections in the corresponding savings are based on the current model that we're using right now. So where we have this hybrid model, that's what's in our budget projections. That could change, but it does include it includes an overall reduction for the year. I do not have in the projections for the remainder of this fiscal year any other new programs that we might implement. If there is another program at a cost, an additional cost, that's not in here. There are some contingent numbers in the budget, but if there are significant additional programs that are implemented throughout the rest of the year, those may impact the overall spending level that we have. There still are a lot of factors that will play out.
I wasn't sure if you left funding aside for that type of program or instances or not. So I was seeing your projections and see how we're going to fare at the end of this year.
Right.
This year.
Yeah, and I just don't know. I just don't have that. I don't have. They're hypothetical, so I don't have anything at this point.
But I think what Mr. Hurd is asking is, have we, since we're starting to reopen now, I just hear him saying, once we start having kids come back, they're being transported by buses. They are going to need, and we want them to be in after-school programs. We love our Saturday schools to start again, Saturday academies, that kind of thing. So as business in school and in person picks up for the next 4 or 5 months, will our projections still come out about what it is? And I think the answer is close to yes, Jeff, because we haven't projected to be out all year long. We started to project now that from a February 1 return on several months ago. I said we're going to start February 1. So certainly some of these return to in-person costs have got to be calculated in. That's what I think he's asking.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Cash.
Yes, and those are. So, transportation is the best example. I am projecting transportation based on school starting up February 1st and continuing through the rest of the year. And there are no, there's no cuts of budgetary items in the budget. So yes, we're projecting for school to be in a hybrid model through the remainder of the year.
Okay.
And still come out pretty good at the end of the year, Mr. Hurd and Ms. Woods. That's the projection.
Thank you, sir.
We have a hand up from City Hall. I don't know if it's Lou or you, Larry. Which but whoever's hand is up.
Larry.
Next.
Larry.
Quick question. President Common, you mentioned a letter from BFSA that was, I don't know what the term uses, but it sounded like it was harsh or scolding or critical. Which letter is that? The last letter I have from them was favorable.
I'm invited to the meeting that they're having, Mr. Scott. They are having a meeting in which they specifically asked me to come this time. I typically do not come to their meetings. That's a meeting that the Finance and Ops Chair attends with Jeff Pritchett, and they specifically sent me a letter telling me that they wanted me there and the reasons that they wanted me. I'll be happy to share it with the board, but it wasn't invited directly to me as president of the board. I'll be happy to share. It's no problem.
Larry,
I never get a letter from them. I've never got a letter of this nature.
Yeah, Larry, what this is, or board member Scott, I'm sorry. This is a letter that went to me and it went to President Cotman. It was addressed to the two of us. And it asked us to come to the meeting on March 3rd. I have it right here, to come and present to the BFSA and present to them on our budget and what we project to be a plan, our 4-year plan, and how do we intend to address educational issues, learning gaps. And that's where I think Ms. Cotman is correct. I think they went a little bit over their bandwidth in their letter. I don't think some of that is something that is within their purview to be concerned about with us. And then also, they should have been commending us on what we've done so far to stay fiscally conservative and solvent, which the city benefits by being with us in that. They haven't sent any letter like that to the city. So Ms. Cotman is right to ask that question. So believe me, we will be buttoned up and we will go and have a very direct conversation with the BFSA. They are a soft governing board is the point that Ms. Cotman was trying to make. They're not a hard governing board. There may be a day where they think they have to become a hard governing board again, but it's not today. And it certainly won't be because of anything that we've done at this time. So we're going to go and have a very good conversation, a frank conversation with them, and we're looking forward to it. But that letter just came in over the last several days, Larry.
Thank you for clarifying, Dr. Cash. If that letter could be shared with all of us, just so that
It's already been sent. I've already sent it.
Thank you.
I have a quick question for Jeff, if that's okay.
Sure.
Go ahead.
Jeff, thank you. Jeff, I understand that there's some bills floating around in the Senate and the Assembly offering an early retirement incentive. Would that positively impact the district?
I've not seen that myself. So we would have to look at it and analyze it. I think early retirement incentives can be tricky if they're having people in hard to fill jobs retire. So I don't know that we could really speak to that until we can analyze them.
Okay. Thank you, Jeff.
Let's see, there's no other hands up?
Okay.
Okay, well then, I want to thank Mr. Pritchett, as always. Our CFO gives us great information. Keep monitoring the hopefully optimistic funds that our new president will give us, and hopefully he'll bail out the states because we will have problems if he doesn't give money to New York State. So what committee is up next? Is that?
Yeah, Mrs. Woods. Mrs. Woods, yes. You captured it pretty well, but why I wanted our CFO to go first is we may be in a, if not devastating cut scenario, we may be in a significant cut scenario. And so I just want you to be aware of that, and we'll keep you posted as we go through these weeks so that we have a 2-year look and a long view rather than just sort of a short view, which most districts do. They kind of go year to year to year, and they actually are building up debt as a result. And so we kind of want to manage this smart where we don't hurt our schools and our children, but we also need to be smart and make the prudent decisions that have to be made. So that was sort of the gist of it tonight, and that I didn't want you to lose that part, that we may have to look at some tough decisions. I hope not, but we may have to. Okay.
Well, Dr. Cass, I'm hoping that somewhere someone's going to lobby for a cut in charter tuitions, because if the Buffalo Public Schools has to take any kind of cut, whether it's 5% or 20%, I believe charter schools should have their proportionate share of reduction. So if we get less money and they're cutting us, we have to cut them.
Yeah, I understand, and I hear that, but I'm less about taking away something from children. I'm more about, we need to stop the spread and the unregulated proliferation of charters with no real oversight. It's just, it has to be a what do we call it here in Buffalo? We have to have a cap. The word is cap. Okay, that's what needs to happen. And that's what we've been saying all along, has to be our strategy. It can't be sort of, well, take away from them, take away from that. Those are our kids. Our kids go in and out from charters to public and vice versa. I don't want to hurt what the children need, but what we have is this bashing of the district, who actually has some outstanding programs, second to none in New York State. And then we just sort of have this unregulated growth of charter schools, many of whom aren't frankly qualified to run a school. And that's where the fight has to be more about. And I think we're about that, but you got to get that. That's where an ad hoc committee really has to go to work. And those are the big challenges before us.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, colleagues, I would recommend now that we turn to Dr. Kathy Evans Brown's committee, and there's one main part in the first committee, which is an update, mostly focused on the first 3 days of the reopening from February 1 till now in person. And just want to kind of educate the public, give you a good sense of the kind of start we're off to. And we just have a few slides, not quite as dense, nice information that you'll absorb readily. And then we'll have a discussion after that. So this set of slides, about 4 or 5, maybe 6 slides, and you will hear from our CAO extraordinaire, Ann Botticelli, and she will be joined near the end of her 4 or 5 slides by David Hills, our senior high school ASL, Associate for School Leadership. So Ms. Botticelli, if you would start us off, please.
Yes, good evening, everyone. I hope you're doing well. I'm going to talk to you a little bit tonight about the first few days of our return to in-person learning. Mike, if you could go to the next slide, please. So here you're looking at a couple pictures. We asked schools to send us just some snapshots so we could give you a picture of what it's looking like in the buildings. So you're looking at a second grade class at School 18 on the left. And on the right, you're looking at a PE class at School 50, and they're doing yoga in their grade 1 section. Mike, if you could flip to the next slide. Thank you. So let's talk a little bit about instruction. Regardless of the environment that a student might be learning in, meaning whether the student is remote or in person, instruction continues in all of our subjects. Right now, schools are beginning Module 3 in their ELA classes, grades 7 to 12. Teachers are preparing to teach Module 5 in most of our math classes. So things are continuing along the same lines as they were when we were 100% remote. We are still following the same instructional plans that we had even before COVID hit, but we've made modifications and we've made pacing updates. And we hope that what we have provided to teachers allows them to adequately address the needs of all our students. Our RTI services continue. Our ENL teachers are both pushing in and providing integrated services and pulling out students into standalone ENL, depending on the level of service that the student receives. Students continue to learn in special ed integrated co-teaching classes and self-contained settings. And again, those students, some of them might be remote and some of them might be learning in person, but the teacher is working with both groups. Our special ed related services also continue in both remote and in-person learning settings, depending on what the student has selected as their option. Whether the students are remote or in person again, students continue to take courses required for graduation, such as ELA 1, 2, 3, and 4, our global studies classes, our US history courses, participation in government, civics, or our economics classes, algebra, geometry, living environment, all the courses that a student would need in order to graduate, as well as encore courses, elective offerings. All of the typical classes that we offered in the past are still being offered. We continue with our advanced placement initiative.
We need to see the next slide. I think, Ann, you've moved on to the next slide, and we're still on this slide.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, this is the correct slide now.
Okay.
Thank you. Actually, in this slide, you're looking at a couple pictures from School 6. It's a concurrent math classroom, and you can see some of the manipulatives that the students are using. So as I was saying, we've continued with our advanced placement initiative, and we've continued our partnership with Equal Opportunity Schools. Equal Opportunity Schools is one of the reasons that we've had such advances over the past year, really recruiting students into our AP courses, those students that might have been overlooked in years past, the traditionally underserved student. So EOS will again be coming back to work with us this school year in preparation for the following year. But we're still offering the AP courses. We partner with College Board, and our students are still excited to be taking those classes. We also continue to infuse the CLRI initiative into our academics. Dr. Morell and her team have done a fantastic job of creating really great learning opportunities for the students. We've infused 1619 lessons into social studies and English curricula, and I know you'll be hearing more about that in the future. Next slide, please, Mike. Oh, actually, Mike, can you flip? There should be another slide labeled instruction.
You had the 2 slides for instruction, Ann.
Yes, can you go back, Mike? There should have been a second instruction slide.
That's the second one. You want to go back to the first?
Go back to slide 3, Mike. Yes, thank you.
Okay, that's the first one.
Okay. So right now, many of our teachers are teaching concurrently. So what that means is they are providing continuity of instruction to our students. So they're working with both the at-home remote learners as well as the in-person students. They may be providing whole group instruction to both students simultaneously. They may be pulling flexible groups of students from either environment, or they might be working with one group of students at a time. So while they work with the remote learners, for instance, the students who are in person are working asynchronously, or vice versa. They may be working with the students who are in person while the students who are learning remotely are working asynchronously. But either way, the students are getting equal attention from the teachers and their needs are being met. Right now, it's going to take a little time for everyone to reestablish the culture of learning as the in-person students acclimate to being back in the building, and they learn safety routines, and the teachers update their routines for the hybrid setting. Teachers are also processing and implementing learning from the PD they've participated in, and they are continually sharing best practices with one another. A principal today reminded me that when a teacher asks a question in their conversations during grade level meetings, she always says, the answer is here. And she asked her teachers to turn to one another and say, you know, can you help your colleague? And as she said, there is always someone who has a thought, an idea, a best practice to share. Teachers are continually thinking on their feet, adapting if there's a tech issue or if students perhaps forgot to bring their device for the day or some of the supplies they needed. But our teachers are really quick. They're making those adaptations and they're moving right along with instruction. Our online programs also help them when they need to have students working asynchronously so they can support some of the other learners. And it also provides students with opportunities for collaboration. So for example, if they're working through Office 365, they can work together on a particular assignment. So those opportunities, even though we had many of them prior to leaving for the COVID closure, the teachers are maximizing all those resources. Next slide, please. One more slide, Mike, to the one that says support. Thank you. So we have been trying our best to provide as much support as our teachers need. We've been creating PD offerings in a self-paced format so they can watch them, you know, after hours, during school, whenever the opportunity presents itself. And these target the return to in-person instruction. So what does it look like in my classroom when I have some students who are here and some students who are at home? And how do I deliver that instruction? So what does the delivery of concurrent instruction look like for me? We've provided sample instructional plans to illustrate that implementation. So just giving teachers some basic guidance about how they might be breaking up the period or the course itself to best meet the needs of the students. We've supplied FAQs for special education, for instruction. We've addressed multilingual education, continue to provide guidance to teachers. We have assigned central office staff to each of our buildings this week, so they check in with the school every day just to see if there's any needs that that school needs support with. Our departments also provide office hours, so teachers can check in with their subject area departments or special education or multilingual offices just to see if there's any questions that the teachers might need addressed. We've created Schoology subject area groups. So that allows teachers for that subject area to log into the Schoology group, ask questions of their colleagues, of their supervisor. There's resources posted there. That's where we've housed our curricula. So it's a really good resource for our staff. And then we've continued to improve our textbook ordering process over time. So this year they're using a Google form. So when schools need, perhaps they're short one book in science, or they need a class set of something because a new section has opened, they can enter their request into the Google form, and our CAI works with Plant, and they will either supply the needed materials from inventory, or they'll help the school to procure those items, either through their own textbook budget or through the department budget if that's necessary. Just as an aside, most of our newer books also have an online component. So even if the book isn't readily available, it has to be ordered, the student could still access the online materials. Next slide, please. So now I'm gonna just turn it over to Myra Burden for a moment, and she's gonna speak a little bit to some of the technology supports that are offered.
Good evening, board members. Good evening, Dr. Cash. So tonight I'll talk a little bit about technology these first few days since reopening. As students are returning to the school buildings and reconnecting devices to the network after so many months, IT has been working phenomenally to deliver and alleviate that internal processing and internet traffic jams such as that which occurred this past Monday. So in addition to communicating technology tips to help with connectivity, communicating that to our principals and our teachers, we've also made a few network configuration adjustments in an attempt to relieve processing consumption, and we're continually working to balance internal internet traffic so that staff and students continue to have a positive teaching and learning experience. Some of the other supports include daily instructional technology coach office hours throughout the workday. We've assigned on-site tech support at the school for this week's reopening and socializing guideline documents along with Microsoft tutorials for technology management and instructional engagement strategies. So also the Office of Curriculum and Instruction under Chief Botticelli's leadership, in collaboration with the Offices of School Leadership and the IT department, we've developed a phenomenal graphing calculator handbook that will be distributed to schools to support the one-to-one distribution of those calculators for identified classes. So we will continue to stay the course, again, to make sure that we have technology that enables learning anywhere, anytime, and any place. Next slide.
I'm just going to add one little tidbit before I move to my ASL colleagues. I believe David Hills is going to talk a little bit about some school updates. But I just wanted to let you know that our special education and multilingual divisions have been very busy. Besides providing translations for countless documents that the schools need to share with parents, the multilingual department and the special education department have been partnering with Kelly Daniels and her division to really update some of the work of the placement office related to multilingual and special education students. They both hold office hours so that staff can, again, log in and talk to anyone and get their questions answered. Many people in the multilingual department have been contacting parents on behalf of the schools when they need some additional supports. And the special education office continues to monitor SDI, so specially designed instruction, and they are looking at distance learning plans. So when a student is, even if they're hybrid, when they're working from home remotely, the teacher will continue to update those distance learning plans for the student. And all students who are learning remotely will have these DLPs, the distance learning plans. Now I'm actually going to turn it over to David, who is going to talk a little bit about some school-specific opportunities.
Good evening, and thank you, Ann. What Myra failed to mention is that she also put together an order form where teachers could request the technology needs they had, headphones with inline microphones, Bluetooth headsets for instruction, webcams, power strips, extra power cords. That was all put together. Buildings made their requests, and they've been arriving in buildings, and it's been very exciting, and that was tremendous work. So the buildings, thank you, Myra. The schools have had, through into December and then through January, multiple virtual meetings and town halls. They've invited all the families and students who are returning to participate in multiple conferences, and many families have chosen that option several times to hear more information. There have been repeated points of contact for all students and caregivers to get all the information they need to make the best decision for their family, and also to get ready for the shift to in-person learning if that's what they're doing. There have also been teachers, student support staff, and our paraprofessionals have been making contacts with the houses, some of them as the designated family liaison for that family, but every contact that's made, or most of them, are being recorded in Infinite Campus. So there actually is, when you look at the student's record, principals and teachers can see all the contacts that have been made, the kind of contacts, the follow-up, the notes. Just every school can print up a report. Just for example, the report for January is 5,775 pages for all the schools. There's about 8 or 9 records on each page, depending on the comments, so it can change from page to page. That doesn't include other contacts that are being made through Class Dojo, or maybe a contact that isn't recorded. It is just an insight, and it allows for follow-up. Those contacts have been made in that period that we're preparing students to engage in in-person instruction, continue being successful in remote instruction, and also do what they need to do to finish up second quarter. There have been significant, multiple, robust contact with students and their families to make this new experience compelling and clear, and to preserve what is good about the old experience. Many schools have had orientations. They've set up signs. They have traffic designated. There's tape on the floor. There are COVID readiness posters. Positive messages are everywhere. Schools have held in-person sessions with students as they return to do a quick orientation, to do a walkthrough, all the processes, so they can actually experience what they experience virtually, to know where everything is and how they can best proceed. Many staff have prepared videos ahead of time, and in some cases students, and those videos on how do you wear a mask, how do you puff out your mask to make sure it's the best fit, how do you sanitize, how do you enter the school and use the temperature sensor. Those videos have been put out on Facebook, on school web pages, on Schoology, through all sorts of formats, so students can have the best picture of what buildings will look like when they walk in. And when they did walk in, they had internalized so many of those messages that they just did it automatically. The big five of mask, distancing, sanitizing, staying home if you're sick, and getting tested are displayed and reinforced everywhere. Principals have brought the Associates for School Leadership for walkthroughs, building walks, socially distanced, prior to reopening and after reopening, so that they can process through what the best way to proceed is and get that feedback. As students arrive in the morning, they're queuing up at the thermal sensors. They're following designated footprints, stickers on the floor, stickers on the wall. There is an abundance of guidance all in the environment to tell students where to go. And all schools are implementing the testing protocols. They've established contingency plans for every possible scenario. It is evident that all hands are on deck to make the schools safe, supportive, positive, and orderly, so that learning can take place in person and remotely. And it's been amazing. There's continuity. The in-person students have picked up very quickly because they're not coming into this situation without experience. They know their teachers. They know the expectations. They know the routines. So they just turn the page. Some are in person, and the students are also continuing remote. And as Ann mentioned, there's a continuity of instruction, 5 days, just moving on each day of the week, where most students are engaged. And if anything, it brings more energy to have some students in person, some students remote, and to have teachers teaching from the classroom. Schools have used every tool they can have to keep students connected to their teacher, experiencing high quality instruction. All you need to do is look at the amazing work that Rafael Perez did at his school, Frank Sedita, the pictures in the paper, the father bringing his daughter up to the school, the woman with her 8-year-old. Those pictures captured the excitement and energy of students coming to the schools, and the value that parents are putting on the in-person and remote instruction, continuing in the best interest of their students. As we go through the buildings, as teachers are interacting with principals, teachers are excited. In fact, I think more than excited, proud. Energy is high. Principals are focused and energized. At one school, as I was walking in the doorway, and the principal talked to the teacher in the room, the teacher said to a student, show the principal and show them how excited you are and what you said about yesterday. And the student said it was a 10 and held up all fingers and was so excited. And every single student is saying how excited they are to be back in person, getting their instructional needs met, and the students online are also getting everything they need.
Outstanding, David. And colleagues, this is the end of this portion, but I want to give you some factoids that complement this fine work that staff is doing. If you could take down the slides right now and put us back where we can see each other. Okay, so Myra mentioned it, but colleagues, one of the equity things that I want you to be aware of is what has happened with graphing calculators. This used to be an inequity issue for our students and for our youngsters. But Ann asked me back over the summer if we could purchase in advance graphing calculators for our seniors, for the regions, But then I said, let's go a step further. Let's get it for every kid that needs it, so that when they take these courses, they can be prepared to begin to study for these tests and have the graphing calculator, which is so essential for passing many of these high stakes tests. So we now have graphing calculators that are on par with any school district. They're for all of our children. And now we even are going to be bringing you an item in this month for 8th graders, because we want the 8th graders to start getting accustomed to using graphing calculators. This is a big deal, colleagues. It goes with your mission to have an equity framework lens on just about everything that we do. And if you could forward this excellent document that shows what you and your staff and Myra and her staff have put together jointly on graphing calculators, I think you'll be very impressed. So would you forward that to the board, Ann? Okay. Number 2, 2 quick factoids for you, board, and for the listening audience. Of course, Ebony Bullock is doing a great job, but it takes time sometimes to scrub and clean the data. I worried a little bit about that day 1 attendance because it was snowy, it was cold, it was icy, and I wasn't feeling like there was a many kids coming in on that first day. But now that we've cleaned up the attendance data for the first day from those that were invited versus those that came, colleagues across the district, make a note, across the district, we invited back 7,208 kids. 7,208 kids. And on day 1, Monday, February 1, 4,014 kids came back. On day 2, 4,994 kids came back, almost 5,000. So that's 68% and 69% of those that were invited did come back. So I'm much more impressed with that. That's good news, colleagues, because that's saying that the parents did have confidence that the schools would be safe, and that the majority, almost 70% of those who were invited across pre-K to 12 came back. So that's factoid number 1. Factoid 2, this notion that staff aren't excited to be back, staff are holding out, and all that other nonsense narrative that you've been hearing. 95+% of the staff reported yesterday. 95%. So all the staff have been in each of these first 3 days, and it's going to continue like that. And apples to apples comparison, same time last year where we didn't have, COVID or coming back, it's fewer cases of not being present than last year. So in other words, more staff are present this year in February 1, 2, and 3 than last year, this same period of time. So very impressed with staff. Kudos out to all of the staff showing up to serve our precious children. And so those are 2 factoids right there that you can put out wherever you want to put it out. Facebook, tweet, whatever you do, Instagram, put it out there. Put it out there because that's the facts, and that's Buffalo Public. All right, just wanted to say that at the end of this particular presentation. Dr. Kathy Evans-Brown, we turn it back to you for questions or comments from your esteemed board members.
Thank you. Wonderful presentation. Thank you so much. Those are good stats. 95% staff returned and 69% of our kids returned. Those are good. And I like the idea that's continuity of instruction.
Yeah.
That's all critical.
That means they're keeping that same teacher.
Absolutely.
And that's not happening everywhere, but we made that a focus and a priority so that they could have that relationship strong, continuing on into in-person.
Okay, so there's one hand raised. Somebody in City Hall? Board Member Larry or who?
Both of them.
All right, so we'll start with Larry. Board Member Larry first, and then followed by Lou, and then Board Member Jim Makusi.
So first, my first question is for Dr. Cash. So for clarification, of the students that could return in pre-K to second, seniors and media students, we're seeing that 68%, 69% attended school Monday and Tuesday. Is that right?
Yes.
Mhm.
Okay.
Across the board, of those that were invited back, 7,208, 68% of those, 69% of those across the 2 days came in.
And is that somehow factoring in then the hybrid, because you have half coming Monday, Tuesday, and half coming Thursday, Friday? How does it factor in and break down?
It is, but we have to see for tomorrow and Friday how that holds. That is a little bit of an X factor, but so far that's what our OSA, Office of School Accountability, Shared Accountability, has reported. We'll have a little bit more accurate picture by Friday, because then we will have had the Monday, Tuesday, the Thursday, Friday, the hybrid. All of that will have been factored in, and we'll see. Ebony, do you want to say anything more about that at this point?
No, I think that you said it perfectly. We are every day cleaning data. It is interesting that we also stood up a brand new attendance collection method required by the state. And so that is impacting us a little bit, but those are our numbers. And by Friday, I should have cleaner numbers for you, but that's as clean as we have it right now.
So
it might be
an inference, Larry. It may be an inference based on the first 2 days.
Okay.
But the numbers are looking promising. The numbers are looking, our teachers and our clerks are every day working to get the numbers in on time for us, and the numbers are promising.
And I think as the word gets out, colleagues, that's how this works. Buffalo's a big, small town. Ms. Cotman taught me that. And so we're only a 1 degree of separation from one another. So if you say it over on the east side, it'll be on the west side before you can, get back to the office. So bottom line is, as you say and as you hear that, come on in, it's safe, and that word goes out, the teachers are positive, the parents are saying, I got notes from parents about how glad and happy they are. Then you'll start to see, I think, even more trust, more confidence occur. And I'd like to see those numbers get right up close to 80, 90, 95%. And then we can plan more accurately on what the footprint can stand to start bringing back more classes. See, the more I can get close to that invited number, then I will know how soon and when I can start bringing in, for example, 3rd graders, 9th graders, and then the next group and the next group. So get the word out. Get the word out. Come on back if you've been invited back.
So my next question has to do with the 95%.
Yeah.
I must have heard from a couple parents that have teachers in the 5% who are saying that their teachers now are out, and there's a substitute teacher that's been assigned.
For what I heard today, and Jamie, you're right here. I expect you to be here. Something like 179 teachers out of 3,000 and some teachers. But then I don't know if it's just teachers. I think then you talk about across all the bargaining units, we're at about 95%. So what are you saying to that, Jamie?
Well, and to just clarify my question, for those teachers that are out, it seems as if they're going to be out long term. Are these now teachers that have requested to be on leave and not return?
Yeah, we have a number of those. We do, but it's not a high percentage. Jamie, are you there? Darren, can you try to raise Jamie, please?
I am doing that right now.
Yeah, I don't think that's the the norm at all, Larry. From what, like I said, from what we talked about earlier to get ready for agenda prep, I asked for this data. Isn't that your understanding, Ebony, that there's just really a nominal number of teachers who are out, but they're taking their contractual leave. See, and you can take a contractual leave for sick time, and for family sick leave, and you can take that without pay. You can take time without pay, or you can use your sick days, things like that.
Okay.
Contract and for family sick leave, and you can take that without pay. You can take time without pay. Or you can use your sick days, things like that.
Hello, Dr. Cash. I'm on the line, sir.
Okay, and for family sick leave, and you can take that. I don't have my letter. Should I mute something, Darren?
You need to turn your volume down. That's why we're getting a delay. I think, Jamie, your volume down on your TV or however you're watching the board meeting. I think that's what it was.
Okay, I'm sorry. We should be okay now.
Go ahead, Jamie.
Warren, Associate Superintendent of HR. Thank you, Dr. Cash, and thank you for the question, board member. So we do have, once we were inviting staff back to brick and mortar, we had staff who had requests to work remotely, and if we weren't able to fulfill their request, they had an opportunity to either return or to take a leave. And we have a small representation of teachers who did determine that they were going to take an unpaid leave, and even a smaller group who actually qualified for medical leave. So in this experience, we do, for a short period of time, have perhaps a substitute who's covering the room. We started with building subs, where we afforded the buildings an opportunity to have subs who reported daily to their buildings, who were trained along with their teachers, who knew the school community and who could support teachers when they're out. And then we're constantly in the process of hiring teachers to cover for the short-term leaves that teachers are taking. So you may have the experience in your building where someone is taking a short-term leave, and we are utilizing the building subs, and then there'll either be a temporary teacher assigned or that teacher's returning within a short period of time. But we did not have a large group of our teachers who determined they weren't going to return. So you're right when you speak to the number that we gave initially, and then the numbers of teachers who aren't returning. That's a small number.
And what's the estimated time that they're taking a leave for?
So there are teachers who are taking a leave to March, and there are teachers who are taking a leave to April. We don't have as many who are taking for the entire leave time. They are getting their affairs in order. They are doing all the things that they can. Some of them are making sure that their health is aligned to the testing. And they've scheduled their shots to make sure that they have the immunizations, and their doctors are supporting them with that. And like I said, that's a small amount of teachers, but they're eager to come back, but they're working with their medical providers to position themselves to return.
Okay, so my next and final question has to do with the substitute teachers. I heard from one substitute teacher that she didn't have access to technology. She didn't have a device to teach. How can she go about addressing that? I heard something about a work form or work request form from technology or IT to get a device, or is there another way that a substitute teacher should be getting that?
Oh, thank you so much for that question. We spent a lot of time preparing our substitute teachers to be ready on day one with lots of training. So a lot of them, were introduced to our platforms, introduced to a lot of the training, and now they have a library of resources. So they're expected to report to the building. If they were remote, we'd have to supply them with technology, but coming to the building, the technology is there and available to them. So you shouldn't hear someone telling you they don't have technology, because if they report to the building, they have a workstation, they have a classroom that they're covering where the technology is there. We were working with a lot of adult learners and really supporting them in their readiness and their competencies to support our kids. And we've invested a lot of resources in our substitute teachers. So if you're hearing that they're saying they don't have technology, that was only if they were remote. Now that we're back in person, they have the technology and they also have the training and the resources to be prepared to support our kids.
Okay, and then I lied. One more question. So the teachers that have gone out on leave, are they expected to be leaving substitute plans?
Yes, that is a high expectation. We also build in transition days. So if a teacher needs 1 or 2 transition days to make sure the teacher that is replacing them is up to speed on their lessons and where they are in the curriculum, we also build in transition days, yes.
Okay.
In addition,
But ASLs, I want you to make sure you check with your principals for those longer term subs and give them all the support they need for those places in the system where we have them. Like we say, they're sprinkled across the system, but where they are, ASLs, make sure you check with your principals that they're in there monitoring those long-term sub situations. Because that's a different relationship now with those kids, and make sure you're giving them all the support that they need on this.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Larry. Board Member Pertucci, you're next.
Thank you, Dr. Evans-Brown. This question is for Ms. Bullock. I just had a quick, as you clean up and disaggregate the data, I was wondering if you're seeing any variations among the attendance rates among our various student populations that have come back. Is there a difference between kids in pre-K and seniors, or ELL populations and special needs, or is it pretty consistent across the board?
I would say right now our early numbers are showing that it's pretty consistent. Many of the families who were invited back are electing to come back. By and large, there may be some, little bumps along the way, but it seems as if the numbers are getting better and better.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Board Member Bertucci. Next, I think, was Board Member Jen Makusi.
Thank you, Dr. Brown. So I just have a few questions. I wanted to ask, and this is based on the information we just got around the substitutes. Is there any way to decipher, or do we have yet, the subjects that teachers are calling out for? For me, I think that it's important if we have teachers that are taking leave in like your mandatory math, social science, those subjects, and we're putting substitutes in. We want to make sure that they're qualified to teach subjects that are so essential in these months that these students are experiencing in person and hybrid, just that whole transition. Like, I'm just curious to know whether or not these are, substitutes for like music or, for math. Not as if music is not an important subject,
but that's a great question. I think that's a great question. We'll have to unpack that for you, Jen. I don't know if we have it right now, but it won't be hard to unpack, and we could probably send a report out to you tomorrow.
And then I would just like, you don't have to say it now, but what is kind of the checklist that you run through with the substitutes in order to prepare them if they're, a substitute for whatever class they might have to go into? What is the protocol? I'd love to see what it is that you're preparing them for. Maybe, I don't know if it's a checklist or if you have your own kind of guide that would, really be helpful for me. And that can be later on. I have questions around, go ahead, I'm sorry.
I just want to say thank you for that question, because when we put the training together to support the substitute teachers to be ready for day one, it was from the recommendation of principals. So the principals shared with us the CLRI training, the best practices in instruction training, the training that on social emotional, the training on our platforms, That's what we deliver to the substitute teachers. But our goal is to place temporary teachers, which are certified people who take over for leave, as much as possible into our substitute classrooms. So when we know someone's going to be out for 20 days or more, our goal is to put a temporary teacher who's a certified teacher to cover for someone who's on a leave. Substitutes are usually placed when it's 20 days or less, but we place as many temporary teachers who are certified teachers to cover for leave. And when you going back to the substitutes, we had that training that the principals asked us to deliver for them, and now we have a library of training for them with all of the initiatives and the supports that teachers are receiving. Substitutes have exposure to that as well. But you know, when you mentioned at our last board meeting, Ms. McCosey, are they welcome? Do the principals pay attention to them? The principals really support subs. They have a manual for them to welcome them to the building. They build relationship with their subs. They know that they are a vital part of the continuity of support for our students. So there is a whole plan at every building to welcome subs and acclimate them. And we use our ASOP, our online system, where we call subs to place the lesson plans, and which is the short-term and the long-term learning for our kids to support the subs to be continued. And our subject area directors are very vested in those content expertise, so they make sure that the plans that are there in the classrooms have those long-term and short-term goals in the subject areas for our students.
Okay, I mean, I'm not denying that you have something in place. I'm just looking to make sure that you're matching the substitutes with the skill sets for our math, our social, and you know what I mean, that there's not just a substitute that's a body to just do the lesson plan, but someone who knows the course curriculum that they're being asked to teach. And I know it may not be as simple as that, but just what is our goal and strategies around matching up who's missing? If you already know someone's going to be missing, are you looking for not just a certified teacher, but a certified teacher who has a skill set in that math course or in that science course? And again, it doesn't have to be dug into now. That's what I'm looking to see. You know what I mean? I understand this is a long meeting, so I have another question.
It's a good question.
No problem. They get to, the subs actually get to choose their assignments. Yes,
Jamie,
okay.
Isn't the short answer yes?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
The teachers choose their assignments. That's one thing about a substitute. They like to find their home. They like to find their school where they're comfortable with, and they like to teach the subject. So they have the first selection. The subs choose the schools they want to go to or the classes they want to teach, and then we have the plans that are built into the ASOP system that supports them. But everybody's looking for a place that they're comfortable, where they're supported, and where they teach where they can shine the best. So it starts with them choosing from the available openings. They choose where they're most comfortable.
Okay, and just one last thing on subs. I've been, you know, I'm playing devil's advocate here. I've been hearing that some subs the building subs are not as readily available, and that we're utilizing like librarians and folks to take up those positions. Whether or not that's the case, I just know this is what I'm hearing, and I want to make sure the folks that told me know that I made that public and that
we'll take a look at it, Jen. Right now, it's only the first couple of days. Let's get in, and then we'll take a good look at that and talk to you about it up ahead shortly, okay?
All right. My question is around our special needs and the younger folks and the manipulatives that they're using. What is the protocol for cleanliness around manipulatives? Because, you know, the teacher obviously has to use those in order to show the students what they're getting into. Is it they wipe it down after every time? Like, I'm not saying each and every class, but do we have protocols in place? You know, a bin for dirty, a bin for not. I'm just curious because manipulatives are such a huge part of, you know, our curriculum for our younger students and with special needs.
So we provided specific guidance for pre-K because they would probably be more likely to share some toys and things. For the most part, our schools have assigned individual manipulatives to one student, so they wouldn't be sharing those materials.
Okay, and the student-teacher relationship around that, the in-person teacher-student, I'm sure the teacher and the student the teacher has to show them how to use and what to do with them. There's protocols around, a teacher touching the same thing that the student is touching, or you see what I'm saying? Like there's that's a concern.
Sure. So teachers have the ability to sanitize or to clean different things, but they probably are not touching the students' individual manipulatives very much.
Okay.
Teachers are very conscious of assigning those particular things to a student. Now, there's some variability. So, for example, if you're in a lab class, you might have to share microscopes. So only one student would use it during the period, and it would be sanitized in between before the next class arrived. So the schools are being very careful and conscious of anything that is shared.
Okay. And my last question, when we talk about PD, was there a mandatory kind of PD for everyone to attend, or was it voluntary when it comes to these the protocols, the opening of the schools? I know that everyone had a choice to, pick any PD they wanted to that would help them individually, but was there a mandatory PDs that everybody had to check off before they were to go back to school around safety protocol, around, whatever this whole February 1st opening was there mandatory?
I asked Ann to make sure that the concurrent teaching PD becomes mandatory for principals and for teachers. I know we started with just those coming back, but I asked her to go ahead and include all of the staff for that. So the concurrent teaching training, I want mandatory for every teacher.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And I'm sorry, I'm going to pull a Larry. I do have one more question. The special ed teachers, are we requiring them to travel from school to school to work with folks? Is that or do we have certain teachers?
Teacher you're referring to. Most special education teachers would not be traveling because they're assigned to one particular building. There might be some related service providers that would go to more than one building.
And we have safety protocols in place as they travel from each to building. They have to follow each particular building's protocols, correct?
Correct.
Oh, I just wanted, that's what I heard too. I'm going to have questions offline. I'm not going to get into them all now, but I did talk to some folks and there's much. So thank you so much, though. You did answer many of them.
No problem.
Thank you.
Board Member Ricusi. We have to be mindful that there's 2 other work sessions after this. So let's be mindful. I know this is at the beginning of the school year. There's going to be tons of questions. So let's hit it and get it done and not have, like Sharon said, dissertations early on. So we have Board Member Terrence Hurd is next.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Evans Brown. First of all, I'd just like to thank all our teachers, support staff, custodians, our administrative staff for doing such a great job. Our service workers in the buildings, because when that first day the kids returned, it was great. It brought tears to our eyes to see them get off the bus and going into an educational setting. The kids were very excited, and I'm just happy that we were able to accomplish this as a team, the board, the district, and everybody that's going into the building. So thank you so much for your work and everything that you guys are doing, and it only benefits our children and their futures. A couple of questions. The questions are pertaining to the substitute teachers, since we're on that subject. Are the substitute teachers mandated to teach all of them? From the past, we know that substitute teachers, they manage classrooms. As I look at the responsibility for a substitute teacher is as far as teaching, planning lessons, and managing the classrooms. In the past, we know that some substitute teachers haven't, actually taught because they was there for a class or for a time. They may collect work or give out work. But are they teaching? Are they actually, if they're in the classroom for a week or probably long term, are they actually putting in grades?
Now that's another question. That's
Good
different.
evening, Good evening, Board Member Hurd. This is Jamie Warren from Human Resources again. So anyone who holds a bachelor's degree can teach in a classroom for up to 40 days. After 40 days, they reach their limit. So that's in Buffalo, we have a 20-day limit. If a teacher puts in a request and they're out for more than 20 days, then we hire what is called a temporary teacher. And a temporary teacher is a certified teacher who's covering for someone who's out for a leave. So our substitutes are there to handle day-to-day absences if someone's out for a day or two. And then we utilize our temporary teachers to cover long-term absences. There are times when a sub may teach a little bit longer, and then we invest in making sure they have the training that they need. But the goal is to always put in a temporary or certified teacher to cover long-term absences.
Okay, thank you. What I was also wanting to get to was if a teacher is out for maybe 3-5 days or a week, maybe it's maybe they could have been exposed, or another dilemma comes into their life. Is it possible that another teacher can actually, help out with the other class, maybe virtually teach a class, and the substitute teacher uses like as to correct or turn in work or grades or anything like that, if they're teaching the same lesson, maybe from another building or something like that, just to ensure that the kids are actually getting the proper lesson that they're supposed to be on?
Yeah,
Sir, I think you're asking about when we have teachers who test positive or teachers who are under quarantine, we allow them to teach remotely. And in that time, sometimes we have a substitute teacher in the room to manage the classroom while the teacher is teaching remotely. That does happen sometimes, sir. And because the New York State paid leave provision allows for our teachers who may test positive or who may be under quarantine to work remotely, sometimes we do have a substitute in the room who manage the classroom and make sure the students are paying attention, collect the work, and support the classroom that way.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I'm going to hold my questions down to the last one because I know for time constraints. My last question would be, what are we doing to try to retrieve those children that hasn't returned back to school yet that were invited? Is the district putting out like the robocalls like they normally do, or are we contacting the parents or reaching out to the parents about, is it possibly if those children to return? And if those children don't return, are we looking for to invite other children to return back to the classrooms during that time period?
Darren, I know you have some piece of that, and then I think the ASLs may have something. I've given some direction around that issue. So let's make it a team effort.
Dr. Cash, I will talk about that a little bit in my presentation, so I can talk about that a little bit then, or I can answer it now if you like.
If you answer it briefly now, that'd be fine.
Sure. So for the children who haven't returned, there are different reasons that children haven't returned, but we have our attendance teachers, we have a tiered system. We have our parent liaisons that are in buildings, and so as children are not returning, our principals have our parent liaisons looking for the children. Some children haven't returned because they may have medical, reasons, immunizations, things like that. We have our mobile health units, and we're working very closely with multilingual to address any of those issues. So we do have systems in place, and so when children are not returning, it's an immediate that the teacher is immediately letting the principal know who hasn't returned, and then the principal dispatches supports that we have in place.
Okay, thank you. I am now because I know we're going to keep on doing the Educational Support Committee meetings, so thank you so much.
Okay, so in defense of substitute teachers, I've substitute taught for 5 years in a district. And so most teachers do provide a lesson plan. When there weren't lesson plans, substitute teachers think on their feet. They're resilient, they're smart, and they know how to teach in a classroom, in addition to just managing a classroom. I've had experiences where there weren't lesson plans, so I consulted with other teachers to get lesson plans developed. So I was capable of developing a lesson plan and grade. So substitute teachers, if you get good ones, they'll be just like what I just said. Thank you very much.
Amen.
Let's
Good
see.
job. That's true. That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
So,
thank you for saying that, Dr. Kathy Evans Brown.
I just had to defend substitute teachers.
That's right.
More than just managing classrooms. We are resilient and we can teach and grade. And we can build a relationship and engage children, and they listen and they do what we say to do.
And we're fortunate, colleagues, to have in the main, because there's over 800 really good substitute teachers. We're fortunate that way. So thank you for adding that texture, Dr. Kathy Evans Brown.
You're welcome. And I think we have one last question. It's in the City Hall. And if you already answered your question, please take your hand down. Someone in City Hall? Okay. So if not, that will finalize the student achievement session. And the next session up will be educational support.
Thank you, Dr. Kathy Evans Brown. We'll directly move on to the Educational Support Committee meeting, where we'll be continue our update on the first 3 days of school and the reopening of schools. That's with student support services, and also we'll talk about the athletic update and winter sports. Thank you. Dr. Cash?
So colleagues, you will hear from Dr. Tanja Williams, doing such a great job for us in the Student Support Services division. She will be followed by our communications director, Ms. Eleanor Calla, who we want to share with you how we intend to communicate with the board when we do have positive cases. That had come up a week or two ago. How will I communicate with you around this complex issue of testing, then positive cases, then what happens? When do we close the school, not close the school, contact tracing? So we tried to develop a rather simple log for you to communicate daily with you. And Ms. Calla has devised that in her own good way, and she's going to share that with you. And then Michael and Cecily and Michael will bring you up to date on this winter high-risk sports issue that came rather quickly. And before it got too far down the road, we wanted to bring you up to date on our thinking, our rationale, what has been happening, and then basically give the board a chance to say yay or nay, whether we should proceed or not. So no decision has been made per se. We just didn't want, because of the equity of it all. You remember last year when we were here about football, once the Section 6, the governor and the Erie County and all of these counties said that you could proceed with an extended winter sports, we wanted to not leave our kids out, at least to plan for it and get it started. If we have to pull it back because of a roadblock or a major obstacle here or there, then we'll do so. But we'll finish this student support section for tonight on those 2-3 major topics. Fair enough? All right. Dr. Williams, if you could start, please, with your 2 slides.
Thank you. So again, I am Dr. Williams. I'm the Associate Superintendent for Student Support Services. I would be remiss if I did not share that I have a phenomenal team of leaders within this division. I'm just going to take a second to give a shout out to them. Dr. Sharon Brown is the Assistant Superintendent for Student Support Services, and she works tirelessly. We have Martha Younger, who's the director, Dr. Ramona Reynolds, who is an Instructional Specialist 3, Ms. Kelly Daniels, who's the director. We have Mrs. Mai Nguyen, who's one of directors, and finally we have Mr. Paul O'Grady, who is a temporary director, and they all have administrative and support staff that report to them, and they are working really, really hard. And we knew when it came time to look at the reopen that there really is nothing more important than giving attention to our students' social, emotional, and academic development. So that was particularly important. That's what framed everything that we do and did. The first thing we thought about was, for our students and our parents, they want to know, am I safe? Am I safe? The second thing they want to know is, do I belong? So those two things really framed us working very closely with our colleagues to help to ensure that all of our school environments portray that, yes, we do care about you, yes, you are safe, and yes, you do belong. So we start every single morning in our classrooms with morning circle time. And circle time is important because we know that we invited back our students that principals felt really would benefit the most from being back in a school environment. So we knew that some of our students coming back, it's only the third day, but we knew that, during these 10 months, they've been grappling with a lot of emotions, anger, fear, uncertainty. All of these things are things that they've been thinking about. And especially our littlest learners, sometimes they don't know how to articulate, these feelings that they have. And so this circle time helps them to develop those kinds of skills. And so we have developed prompts, and we start every morning sitting in a circle, socially distanced, with mask on, beginning conversations with students and allowing them to lift up their voice and to share what their realities and experiences are in a supportive environment. We also do something that's called a fist of 1 to 5, and it's a best practice within the restorative justices framework. And so they ask students to hold up 1 finger if they're not having a really good day, and 5 fingers if it's an awesome day. And we, even within our own faculty meetings within student support, do the same thing. We ask also, so for some of you that may have sat in on some of our meetings, we start all of our meetings like that, with hold up your fingers for 1 to 5. And it really is a qualitative way of teachers, because they've all been trained in restorative practices, to know if a student is holding up 1 finger, meaning that the morning hasn't started off so great, that's a student that they're able to refer just to have some time to de-escalate, have a conversation in private with someone. So we have our counseling staff ready, we have our social workers ready in schools to receive those children. So that's one of the ways that we start our mornings. Now, with respect to the social emotional toolkit for schools, I'm real excited about that. It was a collective effort. I wish I could say it was just student support, but it really wasn't. We worked real closely with Chief Botticelli and her team. We worked with our ASLs of school leadership. We worked with Jamie Warren and her team to make sure that everything that we put in our toolkit aligned. We wanted it not only for the children, but for the adults also. We worked with our plant services and Jim Weiner to make sure that when we put things in there about cleaning and safety protocols, they aligned with everything that his team is doing. We worked with Dr. Morale to make sure that every single poster, every single thing that we send out or we post is in alignment with the work that she's doing. We worked with Kim Holscher, we worked with Nadia Nashir, we worked with Darren Brown. So it was really a collective effort in us creating a toolkit. We wanted a space where schools weren't getting, 1 item today, another item next week, and trying to keep them together. We wanted to have in one place a lot of resources for them to receive the children back. We wanted to make sure that they were translated so that they would be accessible to all. So within our toolkit, we have all of our forms. We've got letters, consent forms for testing. We've got letters that can go out. We've got frequently asked questions. We have the nurse's responsibility. We've got the testing protocols. because we wanted to overall make sure that everything would be equitable, all schools would have access to the same information, and we wanted to make sure that in implementing these things, it would be standardized. So we're real excited about that piece, and I think our principals really appreciated having it in one location. So for attendance, Dr. Cash has shared already that, you know, we're excited about the fact that we have 68 to 70% of children who were invited back to school come back. But we know that for that other 30%, there's work to do, and we don't stop until we get 100%. So we're excited, but, you know, for us, for my team, there's work to do. So I oversee the attendance department. We work real closely with Ebony Bullock and her fantastic team. I don't even think they sleep. We work with Myra Burton and her team. We're scrubbing the data that they're giving us. We can be assured that it is accurate. So when students are not showing up to school, we're not waiting for a week to go by or 2 weeks. This is too serious, you know, and we need to know, are they not showing up because they are ill? Are they not showing up because something environmentally, we had a water main break at a school, so we know that that impacted attendance. You know, are they not showing up because of, you know, technology issues, or you know, maybe it's not that they're not showing up, but maybe it is that, you know, the attendance wasn't taken properly. So we're looking into all of that, and we are working real closely with Jamie's department to make sure that our teachers and our clerks know the expectation. We've created a manual. We've presented to principals on the manual for attendance so that everybody knows exactly how to take attendance properly for remote students, for students that are in school, and for those hybrid students. You know that some of our children have not attended because the parents changed their minds. They have a choice. We offered them a choice on whether or not they wanted to return or they did not. If they've changed their minds and they've decided that now they would like to continue with remote learning, that opens up a space for another child. So, and we respect that choice. So we're working real hard on, with respect to attendance, we have meetings frequently. Again, the manual, that's a fluid document as we get information from the New York State Education Department. But I think overall, what I most want to share is that under Ebony Bullock's leadership, I certainly feel very confident that, you know, the attendance data that we're getting is very accurate.
Now, colleagues, before you go on, Dr. Williams, with this, I don't want to confuse the public and I don't want to confuse the board. The ADA is the total average daily attendance for the students in our system. When we reported 68%, 69%, that's just the number of the students that were invited back that took us up on the offer and came back in person. There still are their counterparts in those grades and across those high needs and seniors that are on remote. They're in remote learning. And so you have to add A plus B to get the ADA, see? So the ADA is no doubt considerably higher than 68, 69%, because we take attendance for those students who are learning remotely as well every day. So just to clarify that point, Dr. Williams, that
Absolutely.
For example, you would have to take those that came back plus those that are pre-K to 2 that are at home learning remotely, add those together, for example, to get a pre-K to 2 total ADA for a given day. And that is not the 68, 69%. So make sure you be clear. You add them together, we're probably what, in the 80s somewhere, 80%? At least.
I would defer to Ebony Bullock. I know they're still working on it because we allow our students who are learning remotely to submit work all the way up through 11:59 p.m. So that's a courtesy that we give. So he's still working on getting that data together, but I'm sure we could get it.
I just wanted to clarify. I'm sorry. You can
That's okay. Okay. With respect to our mental health supports, I'm very, very appreciative of the work of our district and of Say Yes to Education. They do an awful lot with respect to supporting the needs of all of our children who may be at a high risk. They work not only with the children, but they also have things in place to work with the entire family. The most important piece with respect to mental health supports is that we wanted to make sure, first of all, that we remove stigmas. That's number one. We're all going through some form of trauma through this pandemic, all of us. And so we want to remove any kind of stigma related to, things that children or staff may be experiencing in relation to the pandemic. So we wanted to make sure that we're integrating all of our social emotional supports into the school day in a way that's supportive, in a way that's not threatening, in a way that's holistic, and just, continuing to provide support for all, for those students that have high needs and for those students that, have minimal needs. So we have tiered supports, as you all know. We have our student support teams in our schools comprised of trained and licensed, I have to say that, trained and licensed school psychologists, school social workers, and school counselors. These folks, have graduate level degrees in these areas, and they have the right heart to help our children. We have a crisis team that is phenomenal. They are phenomenal. And, I listen closely because our principals, they're pretty honest about making sure that their children get everything they need. And the principals share with me the phenomenal job that our crisis team workers do and have done throughout this pandemic. Even when we were full remote, they do a phenomenal job. We have a Project Aware grant that is housed at one of our schools, and the principal works very closely with that supervisor, Ms. Adams, over at Burgard, and they are doing all kinds of things and have done all kinds of things to remove any kind of stigma. Again, it's not about how you're experiencing this pandemic, it's about how we're all experiencing the pandemic. We're all in this together. We are working with character counts to get some quantitative data. So we also want to know quantitatively, we need some survey data. We need some numbers to hear, to assess students' experiences with respect to, these past 10 months and how it's impacted them. So we do the qualitative piece and we live voice and we talk and all of that. But at the end of the day, we're also surveying our students to find out what some of their experiences were. Some students are verbal, some students are much more comfortable, having a pen and paper or sitting in front of a computer and not making it public to everyone what they have experienced. So we're doing that work also. I'm excited the board approved our YRBS contract. And so, you know that the YRBS, our Youth Risk Behavior Survey, which comes out of the CDC, drives a lot of grant dollars for our district. And so right now that data is being assessed and analyzed, and we expect to have information from what our students have told us about their experiences very soon. So those are some of the mental health supports that we have in place right now. We also, with respect to our inner high students, as they're meeting, they've been trained to be upstanders, not bystanders. And so with respect to, bullying issues, we want our young leaders to feel confident, trained, comfortable, so that when things are happening, sometimes it's easier for a student to talk to another student about something happening than it is to go to a principal or to a school counselor and talk about it. And so we're training those inner high students that when some information comes to their attention, who do they go to get the help that we need to address whatever's happening. With respect to the Code of Conduct addendum, again, I thank the board for approving that document. It went out the very next morning to all of our schools. Our schools got it out to their school families. We're now creating a condensed version because it's a little lengthy. It's about 18 pages long, and we want to make it much more parent friendly. But what we did ask for principals to do is to ensure that their teachers are going over that Code of Conduct with their children so that they know what the expectations are. There are no I gotchas. We want them to know exactly what the expectations are for them. We, created it in a way I think that was restorative and supportive. And so they have done that. The next step is that we are working to create some online trainings. That's the biggest piece. We've got the code of conduct done. It's been approved. It's out in the hands of families and schools, but now comes the training. And so we are working now to create an online training that will be engaging and meaningful and cultural and linguistically responsive for all of our schools. So we're doing that now, and we expect to start that within the next couple of weeks. So now, getting into our testing and our care room protocol. Before I begin this piece, the care room is what some people have called the isolation room, and Dr. Cash was very emphatic that he really does not want that kind of stigma attached to that room. Because when we think about someone being isolated, we think about, I don't want to touch them, I don't want to be around them, and we don't want that to be how our children feel or how our staff feel. So with respect to the testing, we know that we had a process in place, and we know that Governor Cuomo last week lifted our orange status, and that kind of changed things a little bit. And so when he lifted that, the decision was made that mandatory testing was no longer necessary. However, in our district, we had already, Dr. Brown Hall and Mr. Kuzma went, on a cold day in January and picked up boxes and boxes and boxes of test kits. And so we had our test kits all ready to go. We had them delivered. Mr. Weimer's team came down, they picked them up, they delivered them to the schools. We trained our nurses on how that would happen. We trained and worked with our principals to make sure they knew and understood, the community knew and understood. And so the feeling is that even though it's not mandatory, there is a need for us to continue to collect baseline information on positivity rates of our children and our staff. We know that when COVID tends to hit communities of color, it hits hard. And it hits hard because oftentimes we're not the first to get the test. By the time we go and get tested, things are pretty bad. And so the outcomes can be more serious. And so if we're able to provide this kind of support for our children and for our teachers, and to give us that baseline of where we are with respect to, the numbers and positivity rates, and does it align to what's happening in the city of Buffalo, I think it's only going to help. So Dr. Cash, under his leadership, said, I'd like for us to, at minimum, this is not the maximum, at minimum test 30% this month to see where we are. So we know that in order for students to be tested, there has to be a consent form that parents sign. What the research, according to our medical directors, have shared, Dr. Cashy has a medical advisory team, and what they've shared is that it is oftentimes not our little ones. The data is showing that our babies are not necessarily the group that's getting COVID-19 and transmitting it. It is oftentimes adults. That's what the data and that's what the research is showing, not only in Buffalo, but nationally. And so the decision was made that our little learners, because we know getting a test sometimes can cause anxiety. They don't know what it is, they're afraid. So our little ones in pre-K through grade 2 do not have to be tested unless they come to school and they are showing symptoms of COVID and their parents agree that they want them to be tested. That is the only time that our babies are going to receive a test. Other than that, it will be 30% of children whose parents have consented between grades 3 and grade 12 that will, as well as our staff. And we've been very, we want that to be equitable. We didn't want to target any one group of, staff so that only teachers or only teacher aides. We wanted it equitable across the board. We want everybody, all 9 unions represented in this testing process. And so we've been real, transparent about that. So I would be remiss if I didn't take a pause here and say that, I want to give a thanks to board member Terrence Hurd, the family at St. John Baptist Church, and Dr. Cash, because they were able to secure the opportunity for some vaccines for our frontline nurses. So we were able to offer some of our frontline workers who are school nurses who are every day going to be possibly engaging with COVID to receive their first vaccine. So I want to give a shout out and thank, everyone that worked together to make that a reality for some of our nurses. Now, with respect to the care room, what I'd like to do, and I'll do it real fast, I promise, but I know, Dr. Morell, in her CLRI work, one of the ways or strategies that's used in instruction is telling stories. So I'm going to walk us through kind of a little scenario on what could happen with respect to how a child or an adult could end up in what we call our quick. So there are just a small cast of characters. We've got Student X. We've got Nurse Emmy, because Nurse Emmy is very empathetic. We've got Mrs. So Nice, who is our cares room designee, Mrs. So Nice. We've got Principal Quick Respond. Then we've got an engineer whose name is Mr. Clean. And we've got a clerk named Doesn't Miss a Beat, Miss Doesn't Miss a Beat. So Student X goes down to the nurse's office because Student X was chosen for random testing today. And Nurse Emmy takes her time and she explains the process to Student X to help lessen the anxiety. Well, Student X takes the test and the test is positive. Nurse Emmy remains calm. Nurse Emmy remains caring. She carefully uses her walkie-talkie because there are a few folks in the school that have the walkie-talkie. And that's the nurse, that's the engineer, that's the principal, and that is the person who's going to oversee the cares room. All schools were trained and they all know that they were to create a code. We're just, for the purpose of tonight, going to say it's code orange. Just like in a hospital, when you hear code blue, you know that an emergency has happened. Well, when Student X takes the test and is positive, Nurse Emmy immediately gets out her walkie. Nobody else in the school has to know the code. All she has to say is code orange alert. When those few people hear code orange alert, there's certain things that go into effect. Mrs. So Nice, who's the person that oversees the cares room, immediately leaves wherever she is. She goes to start putting on her PPE equipment, full PPE equipment. Principal Quick Respond immediately leaves wherever they are and they go to the office, because in the office, right after the nurse makes the call, the walkie call, she also makes a phone call to the office and asks the clerk, Mrs. Don't Miss a Beat, to please pull all of the contact information for whatever Student X, the name is. So the principal goes immediately to the main office so that she can collect that information. Mr. Clean, the engineer, when he hears it, he immediately goes to the nurse's office because he knows there's cleaning to happen. Something has happened. There's a code orange alert. There was a positive case. It was in the nurse's office. He's going to clean. The nurse at that time immediately, escorts the child down to the cares room, locks up the nurse's office, although the engineer will have a key to get in and clean, escorts the child down to the cares room, and will wait until the person that's overseeing the cares room reports. This should be within 10 minutes. It should be no longer. But she will stay there with the child in the room, making the child comfortable. If the school has water available, we're protecting the privacy. There's no stigma attached to anything that's going on there. We don't make a big deal about it. She's just quietly keeping the child calm. While all of this is happening, the principal has received a list of contacts. The principal has called the parent and very calmly explained to the parent that their child has tested positive, that, we'd like for the parent to come to the school. The child is fine. The child is safe. The child is being supervised. We'd like for the parent to come to school immediately to pick up the child. And so when the parent comes to the school, the person overseeing the room will have a packet of information that they will give to the parent to help to ensure that all of the persons living in the household are safe. They understand what quarantining is, that they're to follow up with their medical care provider, and they leave. Now, when all of that happens and the nurse gets back to her office, she's got some things she still has to do. So we have 3 nurse practitioners, and she will immediately contact the nurse practitioners, let the nurse practitioners know that there was a positive case. The nurse practitioners contact the Erie County Department of Health. The nurse practitioner contacts me, lets me know that we've got a positive case at whatever the school, and I immediately dispatch to Dr. Cash, to Michelle Kennedy, in case the child may have, rode the bus to school, and there may be some things that have to happen with respect to that. The ASL of the school, so that they know if it's a staff person, Jamie Warren. So we've got a system in place to make sure that all of that happens. I believe Elena's going to talk a little bit about what the communication will look like after that, but we do have letters in place that will go home. They will be emailed, because if we mail the letters, it's going to take days. And we want folks to know that day, protecting the privacy of the child. The letters are, I think, very well constructed. They de-escalate fear for parents to explain that the school has taken all safety precautions and measures, that, the child has likely not been in contact at all, but we're just notifying them that there was a positive case. And that if, in fact, it is determined as contact tracing is done from the Erie County Health Department, that they need to be contacted, that they will be doing an exhaustive contact tracing measure and will contact the family. So in a quick nutshell, I share all of that just to share that we do have a process that's in place in a district with 60 schools. It's complex. But we've tried to make sure that at each level, we're addressing everything. We don't want any child to fall through any cracks. So we've taken that piece real seriously. We've spent a lot of time with that. It's been a collective effort with many different departments, sharing input into it and looking at best practices right in our backyard, some of our suburban partners, as well as nationally. So that's a little bit about the testing and the care room protocol. The final piece, I would show this video, but it is posted on our website. It's from one of our fantastic schools, the Marva J. Daniel Futures Preparatory School number 37. And it demonstrates, she takes us right through what a testing demonstration is like. And so I won't show it for the sake of time tonight, but please know that it is posted on our school's home webpage. Next slide, please. So in addition to our 3 days, I asked Dr. Cash if I could just squeeze in a little bit more of the good work that our division is doing. And Dr. Ramona Reynolds oversees our parent and family engagement department, and they have been doing a phenomenal job. Our parent Congress leads with communication and outreach to families. We have 5 organizations that make up Parent Congress. They have been continually helping with meal delivery, transporting devices that might need to be worked on. They work directly with some of our building administrators in getting questions answered. They field a lot of information through social media to make sure that things are being accurately reported. And so they're doing good work. And I just want to share, if there are parents that may be watching, we're registering new students every day and may be interested in joining one of these organizations. They can call 816-4751. We have a department. Once they speak with Dr. Reynolds, she'll be able to assess, maybe which Parent Congress lead she would put them in touch with, and we'll welcome them to be a part of the Parent Congress. Finally, I'm very pleased. I know that I get questions often about our BPS Welcome Center application piece. This year was a little bit challenging because we went from being straight paper to 100% or at least 95% electronic. For safety purposes, we do still have some paper copies, but we're really trying to come into the 21st century and do things electronically. So we've got our high school applications that have been posted. The deadline is coming up February 12th. Parents have been submitting applications. It's not perfect. but parents have been submitting, and that team over there has been working closely to answer questions. We had our 8th graders. I believe we had close to 750, if not 800, 8th graders take the admissions test for Hutch Tech. We will be offering also a makeup date. Everything went off without a hitch. The social distancing, Dr. Marcaccio and her team did a phenomenal job under the leadership of David Hills. They did a wonderful job over at Hutch Tech. We had our 11th grade students across the district take the PSAT test. Again, our school counselors did an excellent job, and I just got to give a shout out because this week is National School Counselor Week. So we want to just give a shout out to all of our school counselors and the hard work that they do. They registered our high school 11th graders for that PSAT and offered them the opportunity to get the merit scholarship that's attached to that. We have our elementary school application that we just posted last week. The deadline is March 19th for that. And for our gifted and talented school programs, which are number 61, the Arthur O. Eve School of Distinction, our Frederick Law Olmsted Baby School 64, as well as our middle and high school and city honors, I'm pleased to share that our testing will begin within the next 4 weeks. We will have more information. I hesitate to share dates. They've got to be confirmed. But by the end of February, we will begin our testing there. And finally, I just want to say it is National Black History Month. And anyone that knows me knows that I love Nina Simone. I think the first presentation I did for this board, I played a song and it was called, or one of the lyrics was, "It's a new dawn, it's a new day." And I feel like for BPS, it's a new life for BPS. We are Buffalo Public Schools strong. We do care about our children. All of our children do belong. And yes, you all are safe. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Ms. Calla, if you could finish this section, and then we'll open it up for board questions.
Good evening, board, Dr. Cash, and thank you, Dr. Evans Brown, for this time to talk about communications. As we have gone through the pandemic, communications have been more important than ever, and ever changing as well. And can I have the next slide, please, Michael? Thank you. I'm working right now with several of the colleagues you've heard from tonight already. Ebony Bullock in the Office of Shared Accountability, Dr. Tanja Williams in Student Support, and Jamie Warren in Human Resources. And we're working to devise dashboards where we're accruing information that will be most pertinent, that we can get out to parents, staff, and board in a very timely manner. We are lucky enough to be part of the Council of the Great City Schools, and all of my colleagues within the Council of the Great City Schools have banded together, many of us in different stages of delivery. We are reopening, rather. We are one of the last in the country, although our colleagues have opened and closed several times. But what that has lent us is a wonderful modes of communication. What we have ready to go now, with the help of Ramona Reynolds in Parent and Family Engagement and Angela Ryan, our webmaster, are templates for letters that can be tailored immediately to the situation, to the school, and to the mode of communication that will be going out, whether it be an all call with an email attached to it, something on the website, something out to the local media, something to staff. And one of the things that we're working on right now, and I believe you all received a sample of it today, you will be receiving, based on the data that we take in from HR, from shared accountability, or well, from student support, and then magically put into Excel sheets by the Office of Shared Accountability, you will be receiving communications about any daily incidents that we have of COVID cases in our schools, not just in our schools, but those that are reported to us. As it has been so far, a lot of the reporting has been self-reporting, has not been mandated. Now that we're back in buildings with our phase 1 cohort of a return to physical school buildings, we will be doing that randomized testing. And we are doing, of course, temperature checks at every entrance for all staff and students every single day with every entry. So you'll receive probably around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, when all of the information is accrued, I will put it into a format for you so that you can see the school that may have been affected, the type of case, and by that I mean staff or students. And we will not break it down any further than that for HEPA and FERPA reasons. And then you will know whether it was something that was reported to us, something that the Erie County Department of Health has done, or something that we have found through a randomized testing within the schools. We will let you know the date that it was reported, and the first report that you get, because we're on day 3, will be cumulative, the sample that you got today. But every day you'll get the daily report toward the end of the day. We'll also let you know the last time that person was in the building. If you see non-applicable on there, that means that that's a remote learner or someone who has not been in a building, just so that you know. And then we'll let you know whether or not the building will need to be closed. And of course, that will be another whole kind of communication. We feel that we are ready and getting ready for every one of those scenarios as far as getting the word out to you. We understand that it's important for you to know. In every one of these cases, it will be reported to the Erie County Department of Health, or the Department of Health will let us know. And therefore, there will be contact tracing done. They will conduct their investigations, and they will follow up with us. If you, in the course of getting these communications, decide that there's one other thing that you might want to know that you think is pertinent, you let us know, and we'll find ways to make this as complete a report at the end of the day that leaves no questions to be asked. I thank you for your time, and look forward to all good news coming forward.
Ms. Calla, did the board members get the example for February 3rd? Did they get that through email?
I believe that they did. I believe it was either sent by Nichelle or Linda today.
Okay, all right, fair enough. You described that very well. Thank you very much. All right, Mike, if you could go back to the faces, and Mr. Hurd, I think this is a good break for this particular content, if there are any questions, and then we'll do athletics, okay?
Yes, if any of the board members have any questions about the social emotional wellness supports, and also about the protocols for testing, please raise your hand and we'll get to you. I believe the first person that we have was Dr. Ann Rivera.
Unmute, and unmute.
Okay, Dr. Rivera having some technical troubles right now, so let's move to the next person, which we have is Dr. Kathy. No, I'm sorry. We have someone in City Hall.
Murray?
Me again. So, question on the testing and the positive cases. Can it be clarified, when we were full remote, were we required to report positive cases in staff and students the way that we are right now going to be reporting those positive cases?
Interesting thing about when we were full remote in cases is that we did not really have a mechanism to verify if, when a parent called and said, you know, my son or daughter may be positive, we didn't have the documentation. Anytime we receive the documentation, then we do, but unless we have a confirmed case, something that, you know, a document that shows from a medical provider that a child was actually positive, it's, you know, it's an honor system that a parent is sharing with us.
But it sounds like right now we have a system in place where if we know a positive case, we're going to be reporting that to staff in that building and to parents.
That's true, yes.
But we didn't have that in place before. Were we required to have that in place before when we were full remote?
I don't believe so. Yeah.
Darren, this is Darren, Mr. Scott. No, we were not required to have that in place. The requirement was that we report the confirmed cases, as Dr. Williams said, to the governor's dashboard. And we were doing that. Every school was doing that. But we were not required to report them to anyone else because the students were remote.
Yeah, and I just want to make that distinction. It's now that we're back in person, we are required to report to the school community if there is a positive case.
Well, that's correct, yes, because we know that some of our students have siblings, and so some could be remote, but, you know, could have siblings that are attending the school that may have been exposed. So it's a little different now, but when we get confirmed cases, those are reported. Yes.
Okay. So
we're reporting everything.
So this is why in our last meeting, I asked these questions, because I've lived some of this. And so I commend you because I feel like we're ahead of the game here and how we're going to be reporting this and the turnover in reporting it. There's some misinformation circulating right now about other districts. And I'll tell you right now, Department of Health, when the surge kicked in, they were very backlogged in reporting cases. So I know there were cases in my schools that were not confirmed either by the school or by the district or on a school behavior report card, and they were waiting for them to be confirmed by Department of Health. So right now, because the cases are down, I'm guessing Department of Health has caught up, and we are getting an influx of letters from our district on cases that were positive, some of them going back to December, and when we were in January, they were from cases from November, so they were backlogged. So I give you credit because it seems like you're going to be reporting openly and transparently any cases that are self-reported and not waiting for the Department of Health to confirm those cases.
Well, I think that's correct, but now you raise an interesting question. So when they self-report, Tanja and Darren, are they self-reporting based on an actual positive? Or are they, yeah, you see what I mean? Do they have paper in hand or do they have verification documentation?
That's what we wait for, the documentation that they are definitely positive. We get that. So if a parent brings in a test and it's positive, we consider that. And that's when we would send the letter to the school community and then document that. We do that. I am aware of what Mr. Scott is talking about. Some districts wait for verification from Erie County Department of Health. But if we get a letter from a parent and they've been tested, their child has been tested at a confirmed testing site, we use that and send the letter out.
Okay.
Right, and as Dr. Williams said so clearly, Larry, if the nurse tests and the nurse finds a positive case, then we report that as well up into our dashboard and out to you on that day.
And then the nurse practitioner calls Erie County Department of Health to report that also. Correct.
Right.
And that leads to my next question, and maybe it's more for Ms. Kella. Is there a way for us to publicly report how many random tests have been done? And it doesn't have to be done daily, but maybe weekly. How many random tests have been done? And then how many positives we have determined from those random tests?
Yeah, I want to see that kind of data. See, remember, Larry, now the governor said you don't have to test. So it's going to be an interesting thing going on in the county. Schools that you don't have to test, they're not going to test. So you're not going to see the number of cases. It'll look like the cases are going down. But we say we want to test because we're just coming back into school and we want to get a handle on the prevalence of the virus in our schools so we can be honest to our community about, you know, it's down, it's looking good, or we've got some hot spots and we need to keep working on them. So we're going to be at 30%. See, the more you test, the more you're going to have positive cases. And I'm okay with that until we find out what the situation is with our schools. But meanwhile, the governor said you don't have to test. So it's going to be looking like we are disproportionately have cases. But that's okay until we get a good handle on it for our community. It's just a decision that I've made to try to be transparent and inform you of the status of the virus. But remember, Larry, no one else has to test anymore.
Right. But I also think not only knowing the amount of positive cases, I think it also means something to show how many staff and how many students we have tested throughout an entire week. I think that's helpful information for our school community, the city, to know that we have actually committed to doing this, and these are the results over a week.
That's right. The nurses will keep that data. It'll roll up, and then we'll share it with you. I think on a weekly basis, Tanja, will be manageable. I'm not sure on a daily if we can do all of that, plus about Ms. Keller. But if you let us do it on a weekly basis to start, I believe that's manageable.
Absolutely. Our nurses are absolutely collecting all of that information. So we can do that.
And I know I'm doing that again. I'm going to jump in with one more question. Do we know, have we had any positive cases yet from the random school testing that we're doing?
What did I see? A few cases, but I don't know if those were self-reported from home. You just got a cumulative report through today. What you're going to get is daily. So I don't know if there's any. I think there's been a few at school. Have there been any from tests yet, Tanja?
Not from the randomized test, no.
Okay. Not yet.
Okay. Thank you.
There's your answer. Okay. Thank you. Mr. Hurd. Can't hear you.
I'm sorry, I apologize. I believe Dr. Ann Rivera is ready now.
Okay. Dr. Rivera, how are you?
Good, thank you. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. Thank you for that. I had to switch devices real quick. My question is about behaviors, actually for both general education and special education students. How are meltdowns being handled within social distancing, working with students? Anxiety is very high for students and parents, and I want to know how the code of conduct is being communicated to students in school, how issues like meltdowns, and then for our special education students, how toileting and feeding are being handled for students, and how they're being supported in a very different environment, and how that's getting communicated to parents.
Okay. So again, for the code of conduct, they're really the common thread, the framework that it was developed with was really through a restorative lens and not a punitive lens. That was really, really important. So the language that's in there, language matters. And so the language that is in the code of conduct, the infractions, really talk about progressive discipline and not jumping to, a level 4, because children are behaving sometimes like children who have been traumatized by, by this whole situation. And so, I'm encouraged that I got out yesterday to a couple of schools, and I know that everyone was really concerned about masks. And what if the kids don't want to wear masks? It appears that the children are almost socialized to, wear the mask. I haven't heard about a lot of meltdowns, but what I can assure you of is that our staff has been trained in restorative practice, in de-escalating situations, and so again, our counselors are in schools because we have smaller populations of students that are in schools. They're much more accessible and available to give a student a little quiet time to come down and talk about exactly what's really going on. Rather than calling a parent and sending a student home, we have supports built in the building whereby the child can, have a quiet place, a space to talk about what's going on. If they need a little time to sit there, to collect themselves before they go back to class, then there is the opportunity to do that. We've done a lot of work in restorative practice. And so the expectation is that our teachers, our teacher aides, everybody in the building is behaving in ways that are supportive and restoratively. If that's not happening, then we let our principals and our ASLs know that it's not.
Thank you for that. And then on the special ed side, there are questions parents have about how toileting, feeding, and related services are being handled to retain safety, but still meet the needs of students.
So I would defer to Chief Bonatelli or to Jamie Warren to address some of those concerns.
Hi, this is Ann. I do know that the Division of Special Ed has sent out specific guidance to schools related to various aspects, toileting, how to work with students who really are uncomfortable with the mask, et cetera. And that guidance has been shared with schools. And I know she also worked with Jamie Warren when they were putting together the information for toileting.
Can you send that out to the board, Ann? That guidance?
Yes. Sure.
That would be helpful. Then we can communicate it when we get asked about it as well.
Right.
Yeah. Thank you.
You're welcome. Mr. Hurd.
Yes, it's Dr. Cash. I'm looking now. I have a hand raised by President Sharon Belton-Cotman.
This question is for Dr. Williams. Thank you again, Dr. Williams, for your presentation and your excellence, and as well as your staff. We appreciate all your efforts. So I guess my concern is that you have a child who has tested positive, and you allow the parent to come into the school instead of meeting the parent at the door with the child. Okay, I'm concerned about the additional exposure that could possibly exist in this particular situation. Okay, because we know some people do not show symptoms, okay, and etc. So please explain the rationale for having someone already dressed in their PPE who is capable of walking that child out to the parent and providing the information that's required. I understand you guys put a lot of thought into that, but I'm also concerned about the fact that the parent could also be contagious.
That's actually a very good point.
Tanya, let me help you as well, okay?
Sure.
Give you a chance to think about it. What I observed, Ms. Cotman, because that was an important question that we had in our walkthrough, is that all 6 of the schools that I visited, and I think it's true in many of the schools, they had it so designed so well that there really wouldn't be any contact where this parent is coming through the school. The door, the exits, the place where the cares room and the exit are often they're like adjacent to one another. You take right to the door, as you say, and can greet the parent at the door. So there is minimal contact with coming into the school, at least in the cares rooms that I saw. And so ASLs that are on the line, Dr. Williams on the line, isn't that true in terms of the way we've designed it or the way that the schools have designed that whole process? Because it's a whole process.
Oh, sure it is. Well, the only reason I'm asking is that this is an airborne illness. This is an airborne illness. And I'm just concerned about we've gone through all these precautions to be through all this, etc. Now we know we have a case, and I don't see where we
they don't come into the cares room, Tanja. Could you just go say a little bit more? We do escort the child to the exit. I know that's what Raphael explained to me.
Well, that's what I didn't hear. Thank you.
So we gave principals the autonomy to operationalize that piece. And in most cases, they certainly did select a room where, it was very close to an exit. So it wouldn't be on the third floor, in a back wing where someone would have to come in and walk through the building and that kind of thing. So in most cases, the principal certainly did choose an area where it was close to an exit. I do think there will be opportunities if the parent can pull up, just call the school and say, I'm here. And as you shared, we've got someone that's in full PPE gear to be able to walk the child out and give the packet. We could certainly.
Well, look at it, Ms. Bachman. Certainly we'll make sure that that's the case. I did see that in the design where I observed it. So thank you for that question.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, we don't have any other hands raised, so I'm just have a couple of questions quickly. First, I'd like to say once again, thank you. We know this is National Counselors Week, and our counselors been through a lot within our district. So thank you for the work that you're doing, counselors, and our teachers also, because they act as counselors also. We have, I know we have one family I talked to that they had a loss in their family, in an immediate family due to the COVID virus, and their child did return to school, but the child isn't the same. So, and I do like Dr. Tanja, what you said about the finger method, 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5 fingers, how you feel that day. And I believe that may even help, with those issues and get those children some counseling. And I will reach out to you about that child also and that family.
Please.
I know that there's an anxiety that the parents are feeling when they sending their children back to school, and compelling with these issues of believing that there's a lack of testing. We're hearing that today, about 20 to 30%, what the governor recommended or what he's not doing right now, and what our district is trying to do. We want to make sure that the parents should be assured that we are testing children, and any children that shows any signs or symptoms that that we are immediately taking care of them. One of my questions is, though, I visited a couple of schools myself, and one of the schools I went to with, I'll just leave it there. I know you don't want to call it the isolation room, the room where if a child tests positive, or you feel that he may be positive, that you put him in. I find those rooms to be a room that a child never went into before, and it might be a shock to a child. And also, it's a room that's off to the side inside our building. I would like to see, especially for our younger children, is to make that room more friendly for the child, because it could be very disruptive for a child, or harm, a bad experience for that child to go into a room that looks more like just a storage room or anything like that. I know it's not a storage room, but I just like to see maybe a television device that can watch a video or something in there, or maybe or books in there or something that they can take with them, something to make it a little more comfortable.
Mr. Hurd, your point is taken, but I made the same point when I visited the 6 schools, as I wanted them to look like educational centers, age appropriate materials all throughout on the tables, and really spiced up as far as feeling the warmth and the comfort of the room. So that word is out there, and we'll monitor them until they're all up to that standard. I hear your point. Okay.
Okay. Thank you. That was one of my biggest concerns. I just wanted to make sure that our children were put in a comfortable situation during a harmful time, and if they experience anything in their families, with COVID, they might show that fear or be afraid themselves, and it might hurt them.
Agreed.
Okay. And from my understanding, with Elena said earlier, Mrs. Keller said that the board would be notified. It would be by if there is a case, by email or call. I didn't quite hear that.
Yeah, if you look in the packet that we sent you, you should have an example of what we have to date. That's an example of the form. If you have feedback for the form or the log, I'm calling it a log, please give it the feedback to Ms. Keller. We took some time to try to design it in a way that won't overwhelm us on a daily basis, but that should be with you in your email. And that represents the cases to date since Monday.
Okay.
And I just want to reiterate that our nurses have been trained on how we expect for them to engage with children. That's why I named Nurse Emmy Nurse Empathy, because, you know, we want them to de-escalate. We want them to make it, you know, a calm situation where, you know, they can help to bring down students' anxiety. That's why I called Mr. So Nice, the person over the CARES room. Principals have been very diligent about who, it takes a special person, you know, to do that work. So they're working with that person to make sure that that stigma, you know, doesn't exist.
Okay, thank you. Those are my concerns. If anybody else have any more questions, if not, we can move on to the athletic update for winter sports. Dr. Cash?
Okay, colleagues, I would like.
I'm sorry. Thank you, Dr. Tanja Williams, for your presentation, and everybody, all the work that you and your department is doing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, they're doing great work. Okay, Mike, if you could put the next slides that deal with the athletic update. This is an abrogated update, colleagues. This isn't an update on all of athletics. It's just this issue that has arisen over the last several weeks, really since January 25th. I did send out a letter to you dated January 25th, alerting you to what Governor Cuomo had just done, which he authorized that you could begin high-risk sports. We hadn't received any alert or notice about that prior to that. So Section 6 went into quick action. The executive committee met. So all within 2 or 3 days from that letter that I sent you, a lot transpired. And I want Cecily Owens and Mike House to bring you up to date about where we were. And the issue for me was, let's see what you can do. I don't know whether we can do this or not, but let's see, since the executive committee moved so fast and all 5 departments of health approved it. I just didn't want to have our kids left out again, because we now started school. When we weren't in school, it was clear, no sports of any kind, low, moderate, high, because we're not in school. And we haven't worked out all the safety protocols and all of that. But once we began school, it seemed to me that we ought to consider joining and being part of the opportunity for our young people to participate. Not going back, because many of those seasons were coming to an end, but going forward with this extended winter season and high-risk sports, knowing all of the challenges there, I said, all right, well, let's go forward, colleagues, and see what you learn, what you come up with. And they've developed a plan, which is part of your email materials as well. It won't be on the slide, but you see a full plan there that I went through and edited and made sure it was up to what I wanted to present to you. So you'll see recent developments. You'll see a set of 3 recommendations, and then you'll see something called essential preliminary tasks that need to occur before we could really give the full green light. And we wanted to do all of that and present to the board before we said we have a green light, because we wanted the board to weigh in, let us know if this is something they wanted to do or whether they didn't think it was a good thing to do at this time and what their concerns might be, so forth and so on. So that's where we are. I didn't want you to feel like we were just plowing ahead. We had a time frame there, and the next available time to meet with you was now. And we wanted to get some preliminary work done to see if it was even possible to move forward with basketball, which is the only one that relates to us right now, since we don't have ice hockey or wrestling. So with that sort of intro, I believe Mike and Cecily are on, and colleagues, you can pick it up from there.
Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I would just like to say good evening to the board and thank you for this opportunity. I would just like to first thank Dr. Cash for your leadership and your vision around BPS athletics. We appreciate you very much. I also would like to extend gratitude to Michael House who's been doing a fantastic job, working tirelessly, and also our TOSA of athletics, Mr. Patrick Rickey, and even our clerk has been weighing in and helping us with a lot of things related to this plan. This plan was not developed in a silo with athletics alone. This plan was developed in collaboration with many stakeholders that are within our district. This plan is also very strategic and purposeful, which is built around health and safety. So I would just like to just acknowledge our ASLs, our cabinet, our ASLs from high schools in particular. Our principals had a lot of say-so in this plan. Our engineers, Jim Weimer and Barry Kirker, our coaches, our nurses, transportation and security. Everyone has weighed in and provided input and feedback and suggestions around this plan. So thank you, everyone. I am really proud of the plan that we're going to present to you tonight. So as Dr. Cash already kind of stated, things happen really quickly, and we wanted to give our students an opportunity to be involved and not be left out or left behind. So with that being said, excuse me, we're going to move forward. We're not going backwards in sports. So bowling and swimming, that started December 14th and it only went to February 2nd. So that season is over.
23rd.
23rd, I'm sorry, to 23rd, yes. So that season is ending very soon. Basketball is the sport that we are focusing on for the winter season. We do not have ice hockey nor wrestling. The start date for that is February 1st through March 22nd. Fall 2, football, volleyball, and cheer, those are the days, March 22nd through May 15th. We are using our basketball plan and our format for basketball to kind of gauge how the other sports will look. Our spring sports starts in May 10th through June 30th. Those sports include baseball, softball, tennis, track, and lacrosse. Our plan is built around the New York State Department of Health and our NISFA guidelines, and we're making sure that our plan is embedded with regulations and expectations and guidelines that everyone must follow in order to be successful. Spectators are not allowed for the winter season. No fans are allowed. There are no concession stands, and some of this information will come up a little later. Next slide, please. Thank you. So here is the athletic safety, health and safety plan overview, and Michael's going to go more into it. It's divided into several sections: the medical clearance for our students, what pre-workout and pre-contest screenings will look like, sport-specific information, practices and workouts, hygiene protocol, what does that look like? Again, we're just focusing on basketball only, girls and boys varsity only. What is the testing going to look like, and what happens if there are positive cases based on the Erie County Department of Health? Next slide, please. So some updates also to the plan. We now have in our possession 200 testing kits. I would like to thank Dr. Tanja Williams for the testing kits. We are able to get more when we're ready to get more tests. We are still working on some kinks with the testing. I'm working very closely with Dr. Williams' office and particularly Mai and the nurses. Every coach will receive a PPE starter kit courtesy of the teacher's desk, John at the teacher's desk. It contains 50 masks, three Lysol wipe containers, hand sanitizer, and also a reusable spray bottle. Also, every coach has received copies of our new pre-screening tracking log, which must be done on a daily basis for practices and games throughout the season. Every coach will also receive the New York State Department of Health pre-K to 12 COVID flow chart that was authorized and vetted by our medical director. We have our principals on board. We have created office hours this week for our principals. We had office hours Mondays from 1 to 2 and Tuesdays 1 to 2. We will have those office hours available for the remainder of the month on Mondays 1 to 2 p.m. Coaches are all set. Schedules are completed. Officials have the schedules. We've shared the schedules with the coaches and all the stakeholders. Transportation is set for the month of February. We're working very closely with Cheryl Kennedy, and we have some passes that we picked up, and we have more items to pick up in the morning. Again, all of our officials have been contacted. We've been in ongoing communication with our officials so they can have the schedule and put the games into the arbiter systems. That's how the referees are secured, through the arbiter system. Next slide. Thank you.
He may not have any other slides.
Oh, that's it. Okay.
Cecily, what you should refer to is what the board should have in their email. If they have a copy of the plan, of the recommendations and the plan, and then they have a more robust listing of the safety guidelines, front and back.
Okay. Yes.
So
yes, the recent developments and the recommendations and the essential preliminary tasks. Again, as we were stating earlier, everything pretty much happened rapidly. We responded based on safety being our #1 priority, and we did not want our kids to have an opportunity to miss out on any sport. So it started in July 2020, then it went to July 22nd, the 26th, the 27th. Things just happened so rapidly. So we addressed all of those items that came from the Department of Health, Section 6, Erie County, and we took all of that information into consideration in developing the plan. We could not have moved forward without having these items, without having knowledge of these items, having a full understanding of these items, and putting it into our plan.
Okay.
So
Go ahead, finish. I'm sorry.
The recommendation, again, equity for our students, and we would like to complete our preliminary task, which means that since basketball, winter sports, particularly basketball, started February 1st, today is the 3rd, we allowed for some essential preliminary tasks to take place to ensure that everyone understood fully what needs to happen in order to remain safe and healthy. So we gave our students and our principals, our nurses and engineers 3 days to adjust and navigate and plan accordingly and have communications around what we would like for them to do from the athletic perspective, from the state perspective, and principals in their buildings and how things will look in their buildings around basketball.
Okay, thank you.
Also, the safety plan, I'm going to turn it over to Michael now to go through the safety plan with you guys. Thank you. Yes.
All right.
Is there any way we could have the second slide put back on the screen?
Sure. Mike Lucci, if you could tee it up. Next slide.
Second slide,
Yeah.
perfect.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, board members and cabinet members and Dr. Cash for this opportunity tonight to be with you. So the first thing we did was look at medical clearance for all student athletes. As Cecily just mentioned, we allowed our coaches for the past 3 days to work with school nurses to ensure that all student athletes obtain medical clearance. Medical clearance would be a 2018 physical to current, and it would also be a 30-day health history form signed off by a parent. If there was a student that had a mild or moderate case of COVID, or if they potentially had COVID symptoms, they would then follow the flow chart and have to get written permission from their physician to return to sports. So that is the first thing that we ask the coaches to do. Concurrently, we also put an emphasis on academics and asked them to please make sure that, number one, all your student athletes are enrolled at your high school. Number two, to make sure that they are academically eligible. So to work with your guidance counselors, your administrators, and make sure that all your academics are in order and you're signed off by your principal. The second item on the plan was pre-workout and pre-contest screening. So every child should be tested hopefully 3 times a day. If we can encourage all parents, right? Everything first starts in the house, at home. So if parents can be checking their student in the morning, in the evening, and then as they transition into the school day, they will receive a temperature check, and then also before practice. All of our buildings are set up and equipped. We've also ordered PPE supplies, temperature checks. We also have our school nurses and athletic trainers that will support that process. Then it goes into sports-specific information, forming new habits with our student athletes. So there's no more licking of the fingers, trying to discourage them from standing close together, separating in skills and drills, and creating that social distancing space. Of course, wearing masks and following the high school association's policy on masks. We outlined all those sports-specific items. And then in hygiene protocols, making sure that if they're bringing their bags into practice, that everyone isolates their bag in a separate area, that all their personal belongings are inside their bag. We've also ordered a water bottle for every student athlete in the district so that they won't commingle and share food or hydration. Then it goes right into basketball sports-specific protocols. For example, our game management personnel and teachers that will be working the sideline and the games, our scorekeeper, clock keeper, they're going to spread out. Just like you see on TV with the NCAA and pro basketball, Barry Kirker and his staff said that they would help if we need to get an additional desk, for the bookkeeper, clock keeper, shot clock operator, so everyone can set up, separate and socially distance. And then testing frequency. We are going to encourage our school nurses, our athletic trainers, our coaches, everyone to try to make sure that all of our athletes must be tested once a week and then documented daily on a tracking log form where they're coming in and out. So therefore, if there was a situation, we would be able to contact, trace, and go back to our log and look who was in practice, what teams, and so forth. And if we had to go to a quarantine, then we would follow all Erie County Department of Health guidelines with quarantining. We'd have to shut it down for the coaches and the student athletes. We'd have to proceed in the schedule. They wouldn't be penalized for missing a game, but of course we wouldn't be able to go back and make up games, and we would enforce the quarantine and the Erie County Department of Health guidelines in that situation. So everything we did to put together our safety plan, Cecily did a great job talking about the collaborative efforts, but also the alignment to our high school association, the New York State Department of Education. We pulled information and made sure it was very detailed, even down to our transportation with NYSED guidelines, so that when our students are transported to and from athletic contests, they'll know to wear their masks, no sharing of food, everyone separates in seats all the way against the window facing the front, and unless you're in the same household with a sibling. But everybody would be separated and again socially distanced. So it's very detailed. The coaches are very confident. We're in hopes that everyone will be able to feel the team. They gave us positive feedback, and we believe that we've covered everything and that we're very prepared, and everyone's excited to get back to some level of normalcy and some sports. So thank you for this opportunity.
Great. Thank you, Mike and Cecily. All right, let's go back to the screenshots of the people, Mike, and keep the slides handy though, in case a board member has a question that we need to go back and explain in further detail. All right, let's have a conversation, colleagues. Mr. Hurd.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Cash. I'm looking at, if any other board members have any questions at this time, please raise your hand.
I raised my hand.
Okay. I see President Sharon Belton Cotman, Jennifer McCosey, and the City Hall boardroom. Let's start with President Cotman, please.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. I need to say and go on record that I have had so many young people have reached out to me in regards to the sports on so many levels. And I am concerned that children who do not, first of all the sports, basketball, in my opinion, and wrestling are the two sports that have the most body contact. So for me, I'm not impressed that those two sports are we're starting out with those with wrestling, with basketball. But I'm going to deal with basketball, and then I'm going to deal with the other issues. I'm concerned about what I heard today in regards to what has happened at Bennett High School, that Bennett's team has been moved from a B all the way up to an A. And my understanding is that because it was done, because in that school, there are 3 schools, and then an additional school was added. Now, Dr. Cash, this has been going on with Bennett for about 3 or 4 years. They've just been being put in different levels, okay? So in fairness to those kids, the equitable thing to do would have been to split the schools up. If you were gonna give Bennett a school, instead of giving them 2 schools, you should have gave one to Middle College, and you should have given one to Bennett. And you should have been able to keep them. Middle Early College has never moved out of its plan. So from my perspective, looking at this over the years, it always appears as if decisions are made. You came in and you initially said that the stakeholders were involved in it. They had a share of this decision, and they were fully, totally in agreement. If the principal at Bennett is totally in agreement with this, me and him are gonna fall out. I'm letting you know, okay? Because I would expect for him to at least reached out and said, come on, let's split it up fair. Give me alternative, or give me bioinformatic, and give Middle Early College one school, and let's split it down, and let's not penalize the students at Bennett and take them all the way up to the level they are. Okay, no one wants to talk about this because there's a bullying culture that if you talk about things and you go against the grain, that you're gonna end up in trouble of some sort. And so I'm speaking up because I don't think it's fair what was done. The decision that was made, and I'm gonna have a serious conversation with that principal at Bennett if he agreed to that. Because I have more faith in him over the years that I've worked with him since I first came on the board, and this is his 2nd round at Bennett High School, that he would not have agreed to that. So I don't understand why that was done. That's not equitable. You gave Middle Early College no school, attached none to them. So you kept them in their group. You keep them in that class that they're in. But Bennett, you keep moving around and shifting them, and you jump them all the way up to A, Division A, or whatever it is, Class A, or whatever it is. I don't think that's fair. I really don't. And when we start talking about what should be working for children, we should be making sure that we're making equitable decisions, not decisions that can harm children. So I'm serious about that, because I'm concerned when these decisions are being made and people are saying that the stakeholders are at the table, that decision was made, that someone didn't say there's 3 schools in here, we've got 4 schools to work with, 2 and 2, that's equitable. Not 3 and 1, that's not fair. So I'm very concerned about that.
Sharon, I don't know what you're talking about. Not one thing. I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, well, we're going to, then you got to find out then. Okay, now, the other thing is I have these young people who are begging to swim and bowl. Is it possible that we can put together our own program for them? What I'm being told by the principals that I've spoken to over the past couple of days is that children are now attending classes like they weren't attending in the high school level since sports has been brought up. I've got children that are doing a survey trying to get bowling going because they want to bowl. These kids want to swim. Provide opportunities for some children other than the ones who are playing basketball and football. Okay, because what I'm being also told by the principals is that the children with the special needs are bowling, the children with and are swimming, the children with the special need and the more higher intellect children are playing bowling and they're part of that group. Why is it that we can't come up with something inside this district to allow those children the opportunity to at least participate in some sports? Because every principal is saying that sports is a catalyst to making sure that children appear. They're starting to do their assignments. They weren't doing it and all sorts of things. But Dr. Cash, in regards to what I'm saying is that Section 6 has moved Bennett up 2 or 3 levels. I'm not sure how it works. Terrence, maybe you know better than me how it works. But that is a concern for me that our children would not be equitably treated. That if you had 4 teams inside of one building, that each team would not get 2 and 2. So I didn't think you knew about it or didn't understand it, because when I heard about it, I'm like, are you kidding me? And it's interesting though. You know who called me? Do you remember the guys who came down here, a committee, the Coalition for Equitable Education with Section 6? I got a call from one of those guys who is a coach and said, did you hear what they did to Bennett? So now I'm like, why didn't somebody call me? It's a bully culture. They're not going to call because they're afraid of being bullied. Okay, there's a problem there. That needs to be fixed.
Who's bullying who? You talking about Section 6 is bullying?
No, I'm saying within the district, there's a bully culture that if somebody says anything about what decisions that have been made, especially in certain areas, and people are afraid to even talk about stuff. And It's got to stop. Yes, I'm telling you the truth. I'm not making this up.
Well, I don't understand it. I haven't heard anything about this.
But why that decision would have been made to penalize those children that have been playing. Okay, I don't understand it. I don't understand that. I don't understand how that was made. And then you make the statement that it was made based upon stakeholders having an opinion. That's not true. I want to get the principal on the phone right now, and I want him to tell me that he approved that mess, because if he did, me and him are going to come. Me and him are going to have major issues.
Let's talk normal. Let's just talk
I'm
normal.
upset about it because I don't think you did the children right. And when I see children not being treated right,
I don't know what you're talking about. I really don't.
That's the point. So Dr. Cash, you didn't approve it. That's the bottom line then.
For basketball,
okay. Major decision like that was not approved by you.
I don't know what they're talking about. So
okay.
What I do know is we shouldn't talk about a bully culture. I don't know what you're talking about in that.
Well, what I'm saying is that people are afraid to talk. So if I go to call the principal, he's gonna say, Mrs. Cotman, I can't talk about that. Okay, really? Dr. Cash approved that. Yes, it happens all the time.
Wow. That's very interesting.
Yes, Dr. Cash approved that. I can't talk about that. Okay, so I have major concerns that decisions would be made like that in the lives of children.
And you don't have.
And then here's the other thing that the community had to come and tell me that.
We don't.
You didn't even know about it. That's really upsetting.
We don't operate like that.
I know you don't. That's why I don't understand why that decision was made.
But maybe we have to unpack it, and it's probably not the place here to unpack it.
I'm sorry, but did you want to talk about sports? You want to put that out there, that everybody made the decisions, everybody's in agreement with this stuff, and it's not true.
You can put out what you want.
You just put it out.
What I'm saying to you is we made every effort to involve the principals about this, because I put the high school principal, the high school associates, to work with their principals. They're on the line here, Toya and David, to see if there were any concerns or issues. And we're only talking about basketball here. We're only talking about basketball. You brought up other issues. We can talk about those as well as part of the conversation. But there's a lot of stuff that you were saying here just in this last 5 minutes.
I'm very upset about the basketball decisions that have been made And I don't like when someone says that everyone was involved in this decision. And I'm getting ready to text this principal right now, because if he tells me he agreed to that, me and him are going fist to cuff.
Everybody's here, Sharon. Everybody's here. So let's don't talk about them in the third person. Cecily's here. Mike is here. Toya's here. Dave is here. I'm here. And we've worked with as many people as we can. I'm not aware of any effort to be biased against Bennett High School. I hear something about Bennett High School just about every year, all throughout the year. There's no effort to be biased against Bennett. We got 20 high schools. We got 20. So why would we feel like we just got to beat up on Bennett High School?
That's my point.
I haven't heard this. So
you're going to hear from the alumni. You get ready for that one.
Well, we'll be ready to talk to them. But let's talk about this plan, and let's see what you want to do. So what's your bottom line?
Okay, here's what I'm upset about, because I'm sorry I got so emotional, but from the first time I was on the board, these issues just kept coming up. What I don't understand is if there are two major teams at Bennett, and there are 4 schools that involved, why Middle Early College didn't get an additional team? School, and Bennett get one. Why were all 3 put on Bennett to put them into another level, another class, take them up 3 classes up higher than they are currently, especially in a year where we have not had the chance to even exercise. Our children have not even been out there. Typically, during this time, they would have been doing it. And then for the people who did that coalition to contact me today and say, we want to re-up, we want to reunite, because we don't feel that Section 6 is doing Bennett right. How do I know about stuff? Terrence, did you know about it? Because I didn't know about it. I'm sorry. They called me today.
Dr. Cash, is it an opportunity for the athletic department to reflect on it?
To reflect on what? What are you talking about?
What we're talking about is adding more schools to Bennett, and it puts them in harder brackets. So the last 3 years they've been placed into harder brackets every year, which is really.
So what are you saying? Are you whining about that? Let's have a conversation. I want to be in the higher bracket. I want to play the best competition you got.
Good. Then you develop it. You develop and you work there. Don't do it. Don't be fair for one. Don't be fair. Don't be unfair with it, Dr. Cash. Don't be unfair with it. It's unfair. It's unfair.
I'm just asking you. I'm never trying to be unfair. I want to know what we're talking about here. Every year I hear Bennett whining about being in some league they shouldn't be in. Every year. Your football team whines. Now your basketball team is whining.
Excuse me, Dr. Cash, excuse me.
That's the wrong attitude. If you talk about equity, that's the wrong attitude. You didn't do it to the world.
You said we're doing something against Bennett. What are we doing against Bennett, Cecily? What are we doing against Bennett, Michael?
Can I explain a little bit? What's happening?
Mike, what are we doing?
Michael, would you take over this conversation with BES numbers and the classifications and the formula, please?
Sure. So
thank you.
I believe what President Common is talking about is the combining of schools. And the way that football is structured is Bennett is combined with 7 other schools, and they are AA classification. For basketball, before Cecily and I got there, Bennett was combined already with Research Lab and the alternative school. Something that we found, so Bennett is combined for football and basketball with the same schools, and that's a practice that we do so that students and parents all know where their child will play sports after school, so it's consistent. We also look at the geographic location and close proximity. So as Dr. Cash mentioned, there wasn't any inequity with it. It's simply how the BEDS numbers are laid out and the decisions that were made before Cecily and I got there in terms of combining schools, and when you phase out a school and phase in a school, and how they build the programs the following year. So something that's occurred in the district, combining of schools for athletics is temporary and it's not permanent. But something that's happened here in the district is that we have not been able to have standalone programs because we don't have a feeder program to drive up our numbers. So that's something else that we've been working with our ad hoc committee on, trying to implement feeder programs. So we're building participation numbers from 7th and 8th grade students so that we can establish standalone programs. So
Yes.
for Bennett basketball, Research Lab was there before we came in. They were already attached to the beds numbers.
They don't have to be attached. You could have changed that. You could have done it. You could have changed that.
But
That's
hold
not
on.
written in, but that's not written in stone is what I'm saying.
We're not trying to do anything unfair. I mean,
Oh, please. How could you not be unfair?
Excuse me.
a board member to be talking about
It's unfair. It's unfair.
it's crazy.
Excuse me. Let's all talk reasonably for once.
That's
Okay.
Can I say one other thing?
Now, let's talk reasonably for once, but let's talk about some of the disadvantages that happens with this. Some of the disadvantages is that when you combine schools like this, it has less opportunity for kids to associate themselves with the program and the school. They won't be able to say, if it's a basketball team, they won't be able to make the team because you got kids from other schools coming in, and it won't allow them the opportunity to play basketball. We don't have an A team and B team within the school that can support the number of kids that will want to play the sport. Another thing is, a lot of our kids are afflicted with gang violence. They go through different areas, that parts of the city that they can't go through. But now when you combine them all together, and I like to say that since Bennett has been the school that's been tarnished the most with this type of practice, that the coaches have been doing a great job of bringing kids together from different areas to try to get them to work together, even though they may have altercations with people that's on the team as from different neighborhoods. This is really what happens in Buffalo. Now, some other issues is transportation, kids getting across the city to practices on time to be able to make the team and to be part of a team. Another thing is coaching. The coaches, they prepare their schedule for the next year by the teams that they play that year. So they get to know their opponents, they get to know their skill set for their opponents, and they also get to know the type of tactics that they play, offense, defense, who's going to be there next year. So when they do a game planning, they got understanding of who they're going to play. And every year when they also bring in a new team in, all that goes out the window. They got to look at film from other games that other teams play just to get an understanding and knowledge of that team that they're going to play. So it's a whole lot of disheartening things, plus a lot more that happens when you move a team out of division to a different division. And Ben has been afflicted with this for the past 3 years, and that's why President Cotton seems so passionate about it right now. It's disheartening to the coaches, the program, and to the children and to the community.
Okay, so that's a viewpoint, but you can sit down as an ad hoc. You can sit down if you want to take over the patching up or the matching up of the teams. Put something together and let's look at it. I don't have a problem with that.
The Athletic Health Committee was not aware of this. We don't get the information from your.
No, I'm saying that I get it from my ADs for the past 3 years. David Mauricio would bring it in, and we sit down, and he'd bring me his recommendations based on talking to coaches, based on talking to principals. He'd give me his recommendations, and all I would do is sign off on it. I don't get down in the weeds about all of what's this, that, and the other. If you present me a case that's fair and is equitable, I'm going to sign off on it. And David always brought me something that he felt, along with the people he talked to, fair and equitable. And then my Annabelle Solar was the next one. And for 2 years, he brought me the alignments for football, basketball, swimming, any other thing where they combine and they don't have enough to have a team. He'd bring it to me, and I sign off on it. And now, this year, I don't think I've signed off on anything this year for these two people. These people are new, and it's based on prior sign-offs. Now, if something came that Bennett now is changing again in basketball, I'm not aware of the reason, the rationale, or any of that. Truly, I'm not. So it's based on a
Well, I'm sorry I went off, because I thought that they would at least let you know this, that particularly since you play basketball, and you would understand the impact of all of this because you were ex-basketball player.
Well,
I thought you knew this.
What does that have to do with it? I don't choose because I'm basketball. Now let me make sure that I make this team play with that.
No. What it has to do, Dr. Cass, what it has to do is that you would have realized that you are moving these kids up 3 levels in one swoop.
3 levels?
That's my understanding.
Wow. Wow.
2 or 3.
Now that is
Is
a
it 2
problem.
or what is it? 2? What is it? 2 out? How many is it? 2? You're moving them from where they are now.
Michael said 1 level. 1.
They're what?
AA. They was moved last year also.
They moved 3 years. They've been moved.
See, one of the problems that kids would be scared to try or participate for a team when it's going to certain areas and certain buildings, and that takes an opportunity away for them to participate.
There's something unfair in here in your mind.
There's a lot.
Huh?
Yes, sir. There's a lot.
Okay, can you sit down with Michael and Cecily as soon as possible and then let me know what the issues are as soon as possible so we can rectify any unfairness across the system? Keeping in mind all of the schools. Can we do that?
Yes, sir.
Because I'm not interested in perpetuating unfair, but I also don't want board members jumping down into management over something they might have heard from somebody that they know. That's not good governance. Now, I do believe the ad hoc committee would be a good place to talk about this, and let's look at it if you really feel there's a legitimate concern. I'm okay with that. Let's look at it.
The decision is made, Dr. Cash.
No, I don't know if it is. I don't know what we're talking about. I told you it's the first I've heard about it.
Dr. Cash, let's have a personal conversation about this, and we can move forward with it.
Yeah, let's talk about
Thank you. And I apologize for being emotional about this, but this is year 3. This is year 3.
Of what?
In a row.
Of what?
Of this change. Of these changes.
But there's more to it. Let's talk about it. I don't know.
Don't say the stakeholders are involved in it, and they're not.
Okay. Next up is Jennifer McCosey.
Okay.
Hey, hi everyone. So I have a few questions. The main one on the table here is, are we asking, you had said when you presented this that we're doing this yay or nay of whether or not we're even going to go forward with this. To my understanding, based on everything I've been hearing from folks, we're going forward with this. The green light was already given. The kids are starting this tomorrow. This is that. Please clarify that is not happening, because as far as, I mean, I don't know about anybody else, but I'm getting crazy texts saying the green light has already been given. Practice already is starting. The season starts tomorrow.
I will tell you what has been given. I told Cecily and Mike to proceed because this came down 1 week between from the time the governor said that we could do it, the time I gave you a letter that I'll keep you posted. All of this came down within 1 week. And then Monday, February 1st, as you can see from the schedule, is when basketball was supposed to start. So we either try to get ahead of the 8 ball and be ready to compete on equal terms, or we don't do anything until a meeting, and now we're a week behind, and we definitely have our kids at a disadvantage at that point. I have some questions, and the questions are about testing, because testing can throw a monkey wrench in this whole thing. If we can't get affordable either spit tests, which are cheaper than these other tests, these rapid tests, but they can be 85% reliable. But these kids and these coaches got to be tested at least once a week. And in my health advisory committee, the physician said that, Doc, if you really want to do this safely, you should do it twice a week. The kids should be tested twice a week, and the coaches. But we're not going to be able to afford that. And we might not be able to afford and have enough tests to do it once a week. So that's the whole point. So point 1 is why it's not completely green, is because I haven't gotten the answer on how many tests we would need for once a week for this next basketball season, but then also for the other seasons that are going to come up in that next section, football, cheer, and so forth. And it could be from $12 million to $6 million to $3. I've heard all kind of things thrown out there. So that's why
I just want to clarify, because again, an immense amount of folks are saying that they already are in place. They were told that the green light was given. So you just clarified that it hasn't been fully given. That is what I needed to hear. That's what everyone else needs to hear.
Yeah. Until I had a discussion with you, I wasn't gonna say that it's completely green.
I appreciate that.
Get ready is what I said.
Now, I have questions and I'm gonna just talk about basketball. I do have many people that are contacting me around bowling, around swimming. I do wanna state that there were some, according to section, I don't know if it's section 6 or whatever, the swim season was extended. It began January 18th and it's extended to March 12th. So the dates that were given were not correct, and it was from an official from that division. So there was an extended season, and it's only a week behind as well. So there is an opportunity for those folks.
Absolutely. If it's true,
so if we're going to be equitable, I just want to put it out there.
If it's true,
I don't want to. You know, I want to start this by saying I'm not looking into getting the back and forth. Dr. Cash, I'm just giving you what I get. And
I want to be clear. If it's true that it's extended into March and not going to be over in February, because to me the season's over, and that doesn't make sense to go back to low moderate. But I'll have my people, I'll have Michael and Cecily look at it, and if they can ramp up, it takes a lot to ramp up. But if we can,
I'm just saying, if we're going to ramp up for basketball, then you know that if we're going to look at equity, you know, just putting it out there, that's what I'm saying. Okay.
Jennifer,
yes.
That's the same dates for bowling also. It was started.
Yes, for bowling also.
Bowling also.
Thank you, Terrence. But getting back to basketball, I'm receiving that we don't have a designated trainer for a dedicated trainer for every building. If that's the case, I'm just being told this, knowing that the trainers are going to be the ones to help the coaches with temperature checks and being like, you know, we need trainers, number one. If we're going to have games in every building, and we're going to have this in our buildings, we need those trainers. But if we don't have a designated trainer, that's a concern for me, especially since coach is responsible for pretty much, you know, now the temperature checks, the whole nine. We need those trainers in place. So if that's not the case, I'm just telling you what I heard. If that is the case, we need to address that pretty quickly if we're going to go into the.
We address it. We can't afford everything.
Right. That's my point. Is if we don't have that, what are we doing? Yeah, how do we deal with that when we're dealing with, you know, basketball? We have to have trainers that are there for practice and whatnot. What are we doing in those situations? How are we holding practice without trainers available if we don't have them dedicated to the building? Again, like
we do have trainers. Do we have enough colleagues for the combined teams, boys and girls, and practices? How many trainers do we have, and how do we deploy them? Because it's the same issue for football or for any sport when we're in regular season. We don't have one-to-one capacity with trainers.
Yeah, I spoke to Scott, who's from the UB Athletics. That's who we contract with, and they are working on securing more athletic trainers. At this time, I think there are, Mike, correct me if I'm wrong, 10 trainers, and this is the way it's been before we came in here. So we've been in conversations with them about the need for more trainers. It's very important.
I but I don't think we have 10. I think we have 5. Was the last I
Is it 5? Okay, so that's 5.
5 trainers.
Okay.
We moved them around because all games wouldn't happen at the same time, that kind of thing. But because it's COVID now,
right,
you have to be real extra careful about deployment of trainers.
Right.
And if we don't have them, then that has to go over in the parking lot as a negative. Just like testing. If we can't do enough testing and we can't afford it, that's a negative. So there's 2 strikes. And then the third one is, if a person tests positive on the team or player, you got to shut it down for 10 days. There's folks arguing that they want to continue, just get the kid off. No, you all have been in contact with one another. Mark Poloncarz was clear. That team has to shut down for 10 days. Is that true or false, Michael?
Yes, that is true. That's coming right from the New York State Department of Health and Erie County.
Okay, so that's a challenge, and I just want to be upfront with it. For me, those are
Right.
three asterisks that give me concern and pause about whether we can do this or not.
Well, this is why I'm bringing all of these concerns, because I feel the same way. I'm feeling like there's a concern in rushing into this, knowing this. And again, a question around officials. There's a shortage of officials. There always is. What are we doing about this? And I know that I've heard that they haven't been entered into the arbiter.
Yeah, I asked about that.
So what are we doing about officials? We're supposed to have those in place, or are they? We were just told in the presentation that officials are all set, but I know there's a shortage of them. So how are they set? Do we have something in place? Supplementing when we don't have enough?
Cecily would be great.
So Orvcott and Chris Hope, they're their signers. We've been in constant communication with them. They're all set. They have the officials. They put it in the system. The officials are not a problem.
You don't have a shortage of officials right now?
Yes, Cecily, let's be clear. There's an overall issue with officials, okay? But for our teams, apparently, and for our games, and Cecily, you are an official, correct?
Yes, that's
you know
right.
This,
Absolutely.
You know this work, and you know the thing. So there's an overall shortage. It's like bus drivers. Let me give you the analogy. There's an overall shortage of bus drivers. Cheryl's worried to death about it. But for right now, with what we're going to play and who's coming into school, we have enough bus drivers. Right now, for the sport, the one sport that we want to play, varsity only, for boys and girls, for the schedule that we have enough officials. That's what we're saying.
I mean, again, I'm not trying to bash or anything. I need to be able to answer these questions because they're coming to me. So apparently there's a miscommunication or they wouldn't come to me. You know what I mean? This is not just coming to Jen. There's been, people are busy and maybe they're not, in constant communication, but it's been a crazy amount of contact. And Dr. Cash, I don't just bring everything that comes to me. I bring when it's enough. So I'm not trying to be belligerent here. I want to also address the PPE. When you say you have PPE, I know that a lot of that came from the teacher's desk. Is there PPE that's for coaches, or are they using the PPE that they get from the teacher's desk in order to I know there's shortages and whatnot. Is that the same PPE, or do we have PPE for coaches in particular?
Yeah, we have our PPE order that's coming in. Michael, if you'd like to explain more about that with the PPE and when it's coming in. I spoke to Rick Fanton today, someone from his department, about the PPE, and it is on the way. So they have a starter kit to get started initially. Michael, if you'd like to add something to that, sir.
Sure. Then we took it sports specific to make sure our student athletes were equipped with the PPE that they needed. So they'll have the polyester mask that'll be more user friendly for physical activity, a water bottle for each individual student, their own hand sanitizer, and then all the coaches will get wipes, also the same water bottle, mask, and then our athletic trainers will be supplied with medical grade, and then also the handheld thermometers.
Okay. Oh, so they will get the thermometers. That was another concern. I did just receive a text stating that a parent was told that their student is starting basketball tomorrow. How is that going to happen? They were asked to come and start tomorrow. So this is what I mean about being very clear that it hasn't been approved and green lighted just yet, because parents are believing that their student is going to get started tomorrow with basketball. So I'm just giving you what I get. And then lastly, I guess the main question, this is coming from me, is why are we putting so much stake on such a high-risk sport when low-risk sports would have been easier to handle with the same time frame? swimming, you're sitting in chlorine. So it's individual, you know what I mean? Bowling, things along those lines. Why are we putting all of our eggs into this high risk sport, and knowing that it would be acceptable to folks considering it's a high risk sport? Why aren't we looking into the low to moderate sports where you have probably way more kids who would participate, and it would be more equitable across the board because it would have been multiple sports? So bowling, swimming.
So let me answer that because I anticipated the question. So I thought low and moderate sports, from what I was told, went from December, part of this presentation, December 14, when we were raging, we weren't in school, all of the numbers were going straight up, to February 23rd. And I said all along that if we're not in school, then we should not do sports, because I couldn't manage it. I couldn't coordinate it, do all the things that you can see are complex even for basketball. Then it came down on the time that I told you just a week or two ago that winter sports were going to be extended for the following sports. High risk. And they were high risk. It wasn't low, moderate, and other sports. It was just high risk. Basketball, ice hockey, and wrestling. We don't have, all three of those are high risk. I know something about all three of those.
Right, right.
Believe me, you are all up in people's mugs in all three of these. Okay?
Right.
Football as well. Now, it's high risk. And I didn't have all the answers, but Section 6 Executive Committee moves fast. Those people do stuff fast. They do stuff at 2 a.m. And if you're not ready to get your kids a chance to play, you won't have a chance. That's
Right.
what I saw. So they came down quick, and they've already started Monday. Some of these teams started Monday, and they said, let us know if you're all in or not. Now, I could have said we're not, because too many questions, too many issues, it's come up too fast, it's high risk. We don't even know how we're doing first 3 days of school. I had 99 reasons to say no, don't do it. But then what I do know about sports, and now that we're back in school, it's a grabber. It can start to get, because we have high school kids in school. It can motivate seniors. Like all of you said, if we can get seniors to have a senior year, some of them think maybe they can get to the next level through a sport. I want them to have a chance to do it, whatever that sport is. Whatever that sport. Juniors, seniors, but particularly the varsity, because they may not have a chance again. So I just said, let's see if you can get ready based on all of these hurdles that you have to go through. And that's what the preliminary task meant. I wanted to see if we got kids that's eligible. I wanted to see if we could make it safe. I wanted to see if we could have enough coaches. I wanted to see if the kids wanted to do it. I wasn't convinced the kids wanted to do it. So I said, first ask the kids if they want to. So we did that. And once we started doing that, and then the principal said that they should be included, we made that adjustment because I agreed with that. And now we had them involved as well. And here we go. Because some of them had space set up in the gym for instruction, and they were reclaiming space during the day for that. So all of those are things we were working on and working through to see if we could do it. But I said, I'm not going to make a decision for good, that is done until we talk to the board. Because the board may say, are you crazy? We shouldn't do this. And there could be all different viewpoints on the board. Some could say, absolutely, we should do this, plus we should do more. So I anticipate an array of viewpoints on this. And that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to have a discussion, understanding that it's happening fast, whatever it is, and that it's not all rosy and fine. We have to try to reach consensus. The goal is to try to reach consensus. And I'll take the direction or strong recommendations from the board around this, and let's see where we go from here. So let's hear from everybody. I'm
So
with
my last question to you, Dr. Cash, if it would have been communicated the actual dates,
Yeah.
would you have approved and tried to greenlight swimming, bowling, and basketball, considering they were all falling in the same?
Absolutely.
Okay, I needed to hear that from you because
Absolutely.
I'm being told that
They had
there was
February
going to be
1.
no swimming, that people were told there will be no swimming, there will be no, so there was no, it seems like a communication issue, and I would love to like work with the ad hoc committee around that.
What I said is I don't want to go back into sports that are almost done. Let's move forward.
Right, but you were unaware that their dates had been extended, and it's almost the same time frame as basketball. So bowling and swimming is January 18th to March 12th. Those dates
right?
have been
I
extended.
had not heard that. I had not heard that.
Section 6 had extended those dates, January 18th to March 12th, for both bowling and swimming. So that's why I'm asking you these questions. If that would have been communicated to you.
If that's the case, and they feel that they can field a team and get ready to go, then I say let's
the time frame is
ready to go.
The time frame is, it's all off right now. What I was asking you was, if you knew those dates existed, would you have been given the green light for all these sports, or basketball, swimming, and bowling? If you knew those dates.
Considered it.
Thank you. Thank you. That's all I needed to know. And I think that would appease a lot of folks who had issues. So thank you so much. I will definitely yield the rest of any questions. If we're going to have this being on the athletic ad hoc committee, I'd love to be able to have these conversations and really gel, kind of the concerns come into place.
You should have an emergency ad hoc committee like tomorrow and try to work through this stuff and bring it back to me so that I can get everybody going. And let's move from here. Let's go from here. I don't mind. You could pull back basketball if you don't feel it's safe. If you don't think we can do it safely because we don't have enough, you can make that recommendation. But I recommend you meet tomorrow and work through some of these issues that have been brought up tonight. I really do. I don't want it to sit.
I'll tell you personally, I believe the safety protocols are in place, or that they exist, that the thought process around them exists, but it isn't clear to me, and I am not confident that we have all the pieces in place. I know the intention, I know what we want to do, but I'm definitely not, I'm not satisfied that all the pieces are in place. So that's my particular point of view.
Let's beat it up. Let's beat it up. Call a meeting tomorrow. Let's beat it up.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. McCosey. Next one we have someone from City Hall. Is that Lou?
Yes, Terrence. Thank you, Terrence. And I just want to acknowledge Jen's line about people sitting in chlorine. That was very nice, Jen. I like that very much in terms of safety. First question I have is, I'm getting text from
parents. If you take a shower in Buffalo, you sitting in chlorine.
Pretty much.
Yeah, you don't have to drown for swimming to be in chlorine here.
We keeps our water safe.
Oh, okay.
But I'm getting texts from parents saying that we do have hockey programs in the Buffalo Public Schools. That there's a City Honors and Cardinal O'Hara have a joint program where they both play hockey together. I didn't know. I'm bringing it out there. And that there's a team in the Explorer League also. So that's why I was surprised to hear we did it.
Well, I didn't know. I wasn't aware of it. So my bad.
No,
somebody gonna tell me we got a wrestling team next. Where's the wrestling team practice?
Next year.
Next year.
No, do we have it this year?
I don't think so, Dr. Cash. I think we're good with wrestling. I'm pretty positive. And the other question I had was about the gym and usage and the overlap between the girls and boys varsity. I know that that's always been a concern.
Yeah, that's a good question.
Yeah.
They said they worked it out. But you should beat it up tomorrow. Ask that question in the meeting.
And I'll bring up the question with regard to limitation number of kids trying out at once too. That'll be the other question I'll ask tomorrow as well.
Okay, that's a good one.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Mike and Cecily, you be ready to work with that, and maybe one of your colleagues could join you in that meeting, either Toya or David, okay?
Okay.
I would recommend Toya.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, there's no other question, no other hands up. I have a couple of questions. I just feel that's very important because one thing, I don't know how we was presented the wrong dates to the board and to the district. And with if you look on the Section 6 website or contact the Section 6, they have a different listing date out for those programs. And so I do believe that for our winter programs through bowling, swimming, also, I know we don't have skiing and rifle, but those are some programs that we should be looking into to competitive sports for our kids to have opportunity to play, try, examine, and possibly get a college scholarship in the future that can help mold their careers and their futures. I do also
just keep in mind the testing issue and the trainer issue when we're talking about doing it during COVID.
The training issue.
Yeah.
The training issue. I'm hearing that Mrs. Owens said that was something that she inherited, and I for one witnessed a trainer coming to a sporting event, a practice, or to a game, and then they will stay for about 15, 20 minutes, and they leave. They have to go to another game. This has been a common practice for the last 2 years here in Buffalo, to where a trainer, they don't.
That's unsafe.
They don't stay throughout the duration of a game, not at all. Yeah. And I haven't seen one stay for a whole game unless it was a sectional game.
Okay.
So that's one of the things that we were talking about during our athletic ad hoc committee also. And also
keep a tab on the cost.
Also with the start dates, our kids, if you take away the weekends, they miss less than a week of games or practice. So I believe that those programs with the swimming, the bowling, should be looked into also, so that those sports can be activated. And I don't see why it shouldn't. If you look at the timeline, December 19th, the Section 6 delayed the sports, and again on January 18th, it was delayed. Governor Cuomo opened it up for contact sports on January 22nd. So every other district surrounding Buffalo and in Section 6 already been playing and been practicing.
Right, but we hadn't been open, Terrence. Just remember, the only reason I said we hadn't been open. We hadn't been open.
I understand that we have been open, but there's no reason why we should have a plan A, a plan B, and the plan C already prepared, so that when these sports did open up, that we can go ahead and bring our coaches on board and bring the kids right into foreplay of it. So I feel that these plans should have been developed. They should have been created. It should have been ready. Just like you had plan A and plan B for the district for our kids for education, I believe that through athletics, it should have been the exact same scenario.
Well, maybe, but we have to, there's still some X factors. So if you don't have enough tests, you don't have enough coaches and enough trainers, then we got a problem during COVID. We got a problem.
All due respect, Dr. Cash, I've been hearing for the last couple of months that our district has enough testing supplies, we have enough cleaning supplies, and we have the opportunity.
No, not for sports. Not for sports. Not when you have to do it once a week. No way. Never said that. Never said that.
Okay. Another crucial issue that I'm seeing right now is that we're looking at girls and boys basketball, but we're not looking at the JV programs. We have kids right now that's been sitting at home March of last year. Why can't we do a JV program?
Terrence, for all the reasons we just said, we don't have enough tests. We don't have enough trainers. We don't have enough space for them to play. It's too much. It's too much. I thought most of these teams were only doing varsity. If that's changed, I don't know. But I was told varsity girls and boys sports basketball, that's all that they were doing. And I said, I want us to be aligned to Section 6. I want us to be aligned, not unequitable to that.
Okay, Section 6 has a program for modified sports, including swimming, basketball, girls and boys basketball, and the JV program. I believe that we should just take a look into that also, because if we're going to give opportunity for our varsity players to come, I think that we should also look at our.
Can't do it this year, Terrence. Can't do it. I want to do it when we get back to safe times. I really do. But we're not in safe times. I don't have all the people, the coaches, the all of it. It's a big enterprise to ramp up. and to do it safely. You got transportation, buses, travel. If you know, you're shutting down, you're opening up. A lot of the JV players may be needed to make the varsity team complete. In case a kid goes out with COVID, we need to be able to fill the team. So we decided on varsity only at this point, at this juncture. But again, you can talk about it tomorrow. We'll have the conversation. That was our thinking about it at this juncture. Every day is a time that we're into the season already.
Okay, my next question pertaining to that is how are the tryouts being conducted for the basketball programs for our district?
Colleagues, you can speak to that. Michael, Cecily?
Sure. Can you get a little more specific with how the tryouts are being conducted in terms of safety, in terms of coaches using rubrics? That's kind of a general question.
Okay, let me put it this way. I have received about 100 emails, text messages, phone calls from parents who kids want to play basketball, and so they want the child to have opportunity to try out for the team and play for the team. And we also have, you understand that we got some very talented freshmen and sophomores that's there. They can make a varsity team. So they should play on the varsity team if they're qualified, with the talent to be on the varsity team. So we're getting parents that's very conflicted about how tryouts are going to be done. It's going to be done fair for each child. And I don't want to an opportunity for a child to play sports. With the number of calls that we receive between myself and other board members, I think that we can have our opportunity to maybe have an A team or a B team in some schools so that more kids get an opportunity to play. They've been in the house since March of last year. And they haven't been afforded opportunity, just that type of civil thing with COVID going to decline here in Erie County. They feel that they should also have the opportunity also. And if a child don't make a team or don't even get asked to qualify for a team, it's going by the coach's decision. That can have a grave reflect on that child emotional and schooling also to want to participate in school and being in a program. So there's a lot of emotional, things that can happen to a child if you don't receive the opportunity or have opportunity to play during this time.
So, yes, you raised some good points with trying to make sure we increase participation. However, for all the reasons Dr. Cash mentioned that we had to reduce numbers with testing, athletic trainers, staffing, but also facility availability. We're limiting gyms to one game a night. We're not running double headers because you have to clear the gym, then allow, like at the end of the school day, sanitization to occur, then the team can practice. Then you have to clear the gym, you have to sanitize the gym. We would be here all night with JV varsity, and with the reduced number of play dates, they've shortened the season. We would not be able to accommodate JV varsity. And as Dr. Cash mentioned, a lot of districts across Western New York and the state are doing varsity only, especially with having as many teams as us. We have 28 varsity teams. And so with 28 varsity teams and only 25 play dates, you're looking at 98 boys contests in 25 play dates. And if you're running one gym, one game a night, it's not humanly possible to schedule this. We would be in gyms till 9, 10 o'clock at night. And so we had to take all of it into consideration. And as Cecily mentioned earlier, basketball would be the pressure test. And that would serve as the opportunity for us to really see how we can employ these safety measures, how our kids respond, how our coaches respond, our officials, and then try to proceed with gradually building. We haven't been operational academically or athletically in over a year. So for us to just open up the floodgates and have every season sport, and back in November, I had to communicate, we did as a department, with Section 6 and notified them that we were not able to proceed with bowling and with swimming. So our student athletes would not have that opportunity to compete back in November. See, basketball was pushed back and forward, right, with the extension of the season. So therefore, that allotted us the opportunity because everyone is in the same situation in Western New York with basketball. The majority of swim and bowling teams all went. There's only one swim program right now. I'm sorry, there's 6 or 7 in the NFL that did try to quickly get up and running. But again, that's only 6 and 7 teams. We have 12 girls teams, 12 boys teams, and that was all communicated back in November when we didn't have any students on campus and didn't know how we were proceeding, how many, PPE equipment and supplies we could get and so forth. So that's some of the other reasoning and rationales behind that. But we're going to hope that all coaches will, adequately and equitably and fairly try out every student in grades 9 through 12 to compete on the varsity team. The sections have also asked the coaches to reduce number. This is not the year to carry 20 kids on a basketball team. You want to minimize your numbers.
You can carry 13.
What's that?
You only can carry 13.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
A coach only can carry 13 on a team.
Well, they asked them, right, to reduce the numbers. That's ultimately a coach's decision, but we would hope they'd use good judgment and, try to look at that to keep our kids safe. But those are a lot of the reasons of where we are.
Those are good reasons, Michael. You did a good job explaining that. Mr. Hurd, we hear you.
My question was, how are we going to get the children the opportunity to try out for the team?
Yeah, and I think the coaches have a process for doing that. Do they not, Michael?
Yes. So they've already opened up marketing and advertising, phone blasts. They've done Zoom meetings with the students. They've asked them, hey, go get your brother, go get your sister, bring them along to practice and try out. They've opened it up. They're going to start to do parent meetings. They're going to offer it for everyone grades 9 through 12 for a varsity team. They'll go through with the rubric and assess the students. And ultimately, it's up to them. But that's also the reality. As you move up through interscholastic sports, the reality is usually you put your top 12, 13, maybe 14 kids on the varsity team, right? Michael Jordan, the greatest player of all time, was cut from his high school team his sophomore year, So,
yeah.
What I'm saying, I look at teams, spoke with coaches from different areas, like the West Seneca, Amherst, Jamestown, Lancaster, Depew. We have Spencerport. All these teams, they took a pledge. The players took a pledge that they were going to be very, very understanding about the COVID virus and the practices that they take. The coaches, it was Orleans County, Orchard Park, Wilson, the Kimmerer West, all these teams that's in the Section 6. The coaches and the players took a pledge, about COVID safety and making sure that they can have a complete and terrible season.
We got all that in there. It was in the presentation. It was in there tonight. Those coaches are going to be all over this stuff with their team.
But it's the players that need to take that pledge, and that's the sense of educating our players so that they can have that same type of mentality.
That's right.
I believe in our district that we do. We got kids coming back because they want to come back and they want to be safe, and they also want to have the college opportunity to get college scholarships. So my concern is that making sure that every child through equality have an opportunity to try out for a team. I know another district, I'm not going to say, but they practice 10 players at a time in them.
Yeah.
To try out.
Let me ask Ebony Bullock. Ebony, are you still on the line? Ebony.
On the line.
Okay, Ebony, Mr. Hurd, her family has some outstanding basketball players, male and female, but I think she may have something to say about this whole discussion relative to her daughter and how this is being handled. What are some of your observations that can help us, Ebony, address what you've heard here tonight? Can you help us at all?
Absolutely. So I sat in on Frederick Law Olmsted's varsity basketball meeting last evening with my daughter, and it's tight. The protocols are tight. I feel safe. I feel Brooklyn is going to be safe. My youngest son here has asthma, but if she follows the rules that her coaches and her assistant principal, Mr. Fredo, has laid out for her, she will be safe. She will have her own designated area in the gym when she practices. She knows that she has to bring her own labeled equipment, including a mask, a towel. She knows that she has to come dressed. She knows that she cannot enter the building before 15 minutes of practice, and she must leave right away. She has a window of 15 minutes to wait, and when she waits, she has a designated area to wait 6 feet apart from everybody else. She knows that she will keep a mask on while she's practicing until it becomes unbearable. Then she can pull it down briefly. When she's on the sideline, she will wear her mask. The way they rolled it out yesterday, I don't have any doubt that that athletic department is going to keep every single child safe. We know that we can't watch her practice. We know that we can't watch her play. We know that she's going to be tested. I signed consent for her to be tested once a week. We know the monitoring that we need to do here. Before she leaves, we take her temperature. We record her temperature. We consent or not consent. We verify with her coaches that she doesn't have a temperature. She will get checked when she walks in the door. She knows all of this. We all know all of this. And if it wasn't that tight, Brooklyn would not be playing. I would not be consenting for her to play, especially because actually, it's not just my son. My husband also has asthma. I would not chance her coming back here with 2 family members in the home that have pre-existing conditions. So I actually had been texting Cecily and Mike throughout the day of how proud and, quite frankly, shocked that I was at how tight the program is. And I'm hearing the same thing from other parents and with other athletes in other schools, that the coaches just have it down packed because the kids desperately want to play and the coaches desperately want to coach. But that's my story.
Thank you, Ebony. Mr. Hurd, the committee is yours. How would you like to proceed? I think the meeting tomorrow will help to continue to give us input, continue to do what we can. But keep in mind, we're strained right now. Staff is overwhelmed with just trying to reopen schools safely. I just wanted us to have a chance to try to do something so that we could have a track to run on for future sports and other sports. Give us your feedback tomorrow, and we'll see what we can do.
Let's continue on tomorrow. I'll shoot an email out and get a time that's reasonable for everyone, and then we can move forward from there.
All right. Appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. So,
Thank you, everyone.
Colleagues, we're up on 10 o'clock, and we're halfway done. I'm certainly prepared to stay till 1, 2, whatever we need to do. But we have Darren Brown, who has a piece. We have Rick Fanton, who has a piece. And maybe we're a little bit, are those the only 2 left, Darren?
Those are. I already emailed Vice President Petrucci and President Cotman because I sent the detailed policy information to the board over the weekend. And we can actually, that's being tabled at next week's meeting. So we can definitely have that at the March meeting in the MWBE information emailed to the board. If they prefer to just have everything emailed, because things are being tabled, we can just have it on the March 3rd agenda.
If you do wait that extra time for Rick Fanton, we will have data that we can present to you and share and go through that as well. He was just going to present the process tonight and some of the things that he has lined up. But if you could wait that extra time, then we'll have data and the process, and he will probably have had some of the meetings that he has proposed to have with some of the MWE organizations. So I would concur with that recommendation if it's suitable for the board.
So what is the will of the board? I mean, I'm okay with the March 3rd meeting if everyone else is, but how does the board feel? I see thumbs up. Any objections? Okay, not hearing any, so we will move the policy updates and MWE outreach to our March 3rd meeting.
But we better have some actual data, reports, and something meaningful.
Here you go. We better stuff, Ms. Williams.
What did you say, Paulette? We better.
It's only 2 years.
Did you say we
It's all
better?
right. I got another year.
Oh, shit.
We better. That sounds like you bullying us.
Hey, you know,
Hey,
like I
colleague,
said, you got another year.
colleague, I'm tired.
Another year.
Let's go. What are you gonna do?
Serenata.
Whose job is it to close the meeting?
Do I hear a motion to close the meeting?
I
No
have a quick
meetings,
question.
no motion is
Jennifer
required.
has a quick question.
I would just, so folks know, we're not gonna have this decision on basketball till after the ad hoc committee meets? Is that
Yeah,
what's
that's
going,
fine with me.
because people are asking what's gonna go down, so we'll meet
Or
tomorrow.
act out tomorrow, you get a recommendation to me and I'll send out communication.
So
Okay,
would it be more feasible to meet? I'm not sure, meet in the morning because they
Meet
will
as
act
soon as you can.
the afternoon.
My
Not-
staff is ready anytime, anytime.
let's
Work
do
it
it in
out.
the,
With committee members.
the earlier the better. I gotta work at 10.
Work at 10. Mr. Petrucci?
Yeah, Terrence, what time you talk? Yeah, just send us a text, Terrence. We'll meet tomorrow morning.
Okay.
8 to 10. 8 to 10 is my recommendation.
Okay, let's do it early morning, 8 o'clock.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
All
you.
right. Do I hear a second? Any other questions?
Mr. Brown Hall, would you be able to send the link out?
If you schedule a meeting on your calendar, all you do is select Teams meeting, and it will automatically generate a link for the Teams meeting.
Let's
Okay.
help him, Darren. Let's help him.
Well, I can't go in his email for him.
Just to send the link out to everybody for the
Set the meeting.
ad
Set the
committee.
meeting for Terrence, Lou, Jen, Michael, and Seth. Send them a meeting tomorrow, 8 to 10.
And Toya.
And Toya. That's right.
You know what? Let me do this. Cecily or Michael, are you on?
Michael's on. Michael. Cecily.
Michael.
Never mind. I'll reach out to them because I will have them set it up through their calendar because they have to. I'm not in the meeting. I won't be on the meeting, so we'll get it set up.
Okay,
Get it set up and you'll hear about it tonight. Got to get it out there tonight, Darren. Help me with that, would you please?
I'll contact Cecily.
Appreciate it.
Okay.
All right,
How's everyone
Tommy.
doing?
That's a good meeting. Good meeting. I appreciate your spirit. Be safe.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Yay. I get out of this thing.